Hey, and welcome back to the number one podcast in the world, the Cellarcast, episode 206. I'm taking a bit of a risk on this one because I haven't eaten yet today. I woke up a little while ago, and it always takes me like maybe an hour or two to actually feel hungry. And I just sort of eat when I feel hungry, which isn't very often. I don't have, I have like I guess it's having a good metabolism. I can eat like one meal and not get hungry for like 8 or 9 hours, depending on the heft, you know? So my brain might completely shut down after this. But, I think I'll be fine. We're gonna risk it. Maybe I'll stop for a snack break in the middle. Although my house doesn't really have. This is a quote unquote ingredients household. I don't really have snacks. We don't have snacks here. We just have like, okay, here's like ground beef and bread, and eggs and like lettuce or something like that, and a bunch of condiments. Have at it. My kitchen is an open world sandbox. And that's kind of how I run my life, I guess. We had no questions from last time, so I'm going to actually take this opportunity to talk about something that was been on my mind recently. So, a little bit ago, there's this game developer. I actually don't even know his actual name. He goes by Keats. He put out this video called Game Balance Isn't Real on his channel, Game Design. Oh God. What did he call it? He called it like Game Design Direct or something like that. Just look up Game Balance Isn't Real. It's a really interesting video from someone who is a relative veteran in the industry and has worked on a bunch of different competitive games, all fighting. He did like Rumbleverse, which is like a kind of hybrid genre blend, but for the most part, he's like a fighting game guy. So he's coming from that perspective, and it's a really interesting encapsulation of lessons he's learned about game balance and game tuning and game and like community interaction and management and stuff like that, and how all these things interact, and lots of neat little anecdotes and stories from other games. It's a really interesting video, and because Keats has quite a bit of clout within the fighting game community, particularly because he was, he made Dive Kick. He helped make Dive Kick. And then also was a lead designer and like balancer, I guess, on Killer Instinct 2013, the Killer Instinct reboot from, I believe, season 2 onwards. And that game is like, that's like, I don't think it's as popular outside of the fighting game community, but is super, super beloved within the fighting game community. And also renowned for being very, very well balanced, in the sense that there's definitely higher and lower tier characters, but it's kind of a plus R situation. Everyone's basically viable at some level. You can take a quote unquote low tier character, and they're only low tier relative to the rest of the cast. It's just everyone is like at least functional and has cool stuff and has a ton of variety, and that is a very beloved game. So he makes this video, and it immediately makes the rounds among all these different fighting game YouTube and stream personalities. I watched it on its own when it first came out, and then I also watched a bunch of other people in the community react to it to give like additional commentary and stuff. Because he was chill with people, spreading the video, spreading the word, and reacting to it on stream. And I think that's how a lot of people got exposed to it. And those were all, it was cool to see other people give their thoughts or other little anecdotes. And just the way that video sparked a further discussion. But there was this kind of thing in the back of my head, and I was like, everyone who's done a reaction to this has been like an FGC person. They've all really been entrenched in the fighting game community and is already quite familiar with a lot of the fighting game examples he gives. He gives examples from across several genres, but he kind of is anchored by his history with fighting games. And so he a lot of those references I hear and like, yeah, I get it. Okay. I know exactly what he's talking about. I'm also there's a level of like he's making certain points that are based off of like years long discussions and discourses within the fighting game community that I just like, I hear him say something and like 10 years of discourse kind of like it taps that synapse in my brain and I'm like, okay, yeah, I understand the context of what he's saying. And I get why he said this and that because there was this game and that game and someone's going to leave a fucking comment about Street Fighter 5 or something like that. And he's just covering his bases. And I thought, I wonder if anyone who's not an FGC person has reacted to this video. And yes, they have. And I won't say exactly what the channel was. Because, I don't want to send anyone to harass him, from the 50 people, the 20 to 50 people who listen to this podcast. I don't know, maybe some of you guys are like serial killers. But it was like immediate. Okay, so the original video is about 50 minutes. It's fairly in depth. And this guy's reaction video off of his stream, it's an unedited stream highlight. And it's like 4 hours. And it's not like fucking around and then we'll spend like an hour and a half maybe on this 50-minute video. It's 4 hours of a reaction video. And I was like, oh boy, well, I got nothing better to do. I have a video coming up soon, and you'll see why I just needed shit to do and shit to have on in the background. Might as well throw this on and just check it out. So this was a guy, I also don't remember his name. I probably won't link to it. Okay. So he's actually fairly big. He's like an Overwatch streamer guy. He's also like a coach. He's an Overwatch coach. Or he has a coaching service. I don't think he coaches anyone professionally, like who plays like any professional teams. But he offers coaching services for the big OW, the big OW too. And as the video goes along, I identified this archetype of gamer that I didn't have it wasn't crystallized in my mind yet. But listening to him speak and then use examples from his own gaming history, I realized that there has been much said in the last year-ish. Oh God. About so-called ball and gun gamers or gun and ball gamers, whichever way you swing. People who, God bless them, only really play like a FIFA or an NBA 2K or the Madden and like the COD or I don't know, an Apex maybe. They play games with guns and balls, and they aren't open to anything else. And again, God bless them. They're the bedrock of this industry. They keep this industry alive in this time of mass layoffs. But when they try to have opinions on shit outside of their purview, because they don't understand how much they don't understand or how limited their perspective is, you just go, oh, please stop talking. I don't want to hear you. You don't have anything useful to say about the gaming industry or something like that. I remember when all of my friends were talking about Slay the Spire 2 or Expedition 33 or some some Silk Song, just all that bullshit. And this video comes up on my feed that's like, the gaming industry's dead. And this guy is like, everyone these days, they just play, all they play is Madden and 2K and maybe COD. No, there's no other games out. And I was like, whoa, we're from two different worlds, buddy. We might even be from two worlds too. There is a derivative of this kind of gamer archetype that is a little bit more on what I'll say is like an inner circle, but also has a severely limited perspective. And I didn't have a term for it, but now I think I've come up with a somewhat snappy term. Okay. It's a guy who plays, or girl, who plays like some kind of live service. They only play some live service competitive game, and also sometimes like a Souls game. And that's kind of the breadth of their experience. So this guy was like clearly head 6 feet underwater in the Overwatch ocean, the Ocean Watch, the Baywatch, for I don't even know how. I couldn't pin down exactly how long he'd been playing. It seemed like several years, probably upwards of 5, maybe 10 years. And he wasn't particularly old. He was probably around my age. Like head completely underwater, on just drilled in on Overwatch. And then the only other games he would talk about as a point of reference was like Elden Ring and like Sekiro and maybe a Dark Souls something or other. And I was like, oh, okay. These are like the only games that he can talk about. And it quickly becomes apparent when Keats is talking about all these different games, and this guy's like, well, you know, this hero in Overwatch, and it's like, okay. And now, here's the thing. Those are, like, I would say probably more gamery games, quote unquote. But this, what I'm gonna call, I don't know if this is a good, this is a good jargon. But my term for it now is, this is a LiveSouls gamer. They play a live service competitive game and Souls. It's really not like a super wide palette of games to have played, especially if you've only played one competitive game. Because I'm like the perfect guy who knows everything, I've played like a bunch of competitive games in like every genre. Maybe not every genre. I've played like a lot of different genres. I played a lot of fighting games. I played a lot of different kinds of shooters. I played a lot of different card games, physical and digital. I've played what else is out? I think I've played just about every major MOBA on the market. Hero/class-based shooters. Probably other stuff that I can't think of. I played a couple different RTSs, and I'm not like super deep into the competitive thing, but I have quite a wide like sampling platter of games, and I've been interested in a lot of them to the extent that I've at least learned enough to see how like game design and balance works out over the course of years of a game's lifespan. And when you only consume like one game like that, it gives you a very skewed perspective. And then you play like quote unquote real gamery games like Dark Souls, and you think that you have like, you're like, well, I play real gamer games and not just live service shit. I'm like, I've got cred. I've got gamer cred. Donkey gamer cred video. It's kind of like how people who like they only ever watch anime, which is an incredibly narrow slice of like one country's cultural output in one medium. And like all they watch is seasonal anime, but because it's like got subtitles in it, they feel like they're eclectic. It kind of reminds me of that. It's a Streisand effect. Not a Streisand effect. Sorry, Dunning-Kruger effect. It's like a Dunning-Kruger effect of how valid your perspective is on like art in general. If that anime guy wants to talk about anime, have at it. But like, just be honest about, I only watch seasonal anime or something. So the Souls thing sort of tricks them into thinking that they have like a lot more authority. Here's something interesting that I noticed about this guy's perspective. He was super intent on statistics. And I find that really interesting because it is super counter to one of Keats' overarching like ideas of the video. A repeating idea, like a theme of Keats' original video is, quote unquote, game balance is just vibes. And that goes all the way from like literally the placebo effect of like, we said we nerfed this character but forgot to actually implement the changes, and yet the character's win rate goes down and people complain as if that nerf actually happened. From like the placebo effect like that all the way to this thing is frustrating. Like really like what it builds to, the point is the main bugbear of game balancing, according to Keats, if I'm interpreting his video correctly, is that game balancing is less about creating some kind of perfect gray box of 5-5 matchups across the entire game, and more about eliminating certain what he calls mega frustrators that make people just quit the game, that are just so frustrating that they will make the majority of people quit the game. It's not to say removing all friction, because he does acknowledge, I was actually just watching a follow-up conversation he did with Wooly of Wooly Versus, where he talks about how nerfing something, making a quote-unquote scrub killer, like nerfing that below the level where, like, there's a certain level, how does he say it? He's talking about like Gargos' Portal Punch in KI, which is a move that really frustrated a lot of low-level players, but at like mid and high levels was fine and had counterplay. It was just kind of a scrub killer. They agreed with the lower level player base that it was too frustrating, and so they made changes to address that. And some people still complained, and eventually the devs put their foot down and said, basically, if we're going to nerf it any further, we're basically nerfing it below the level where people like even care about the game. We would be making this aspect of the game easy enough that we're only really appealing to people who aren't even like, they're not at like we're going to demand a certain like level of competency from our players, and this would push that below that, and we're not interested in appealing to those people. So there's like a limit to it, but there are things that as a developer you can look at and say, this is probably too much. This is probably too frustrating at like any level of play, maybe. And you will end up pushing people away if you leave that in. And that's kind of like the vibes thing, is the big villain of balance are these quote-unquote mega frustrators. Some frustration is necessary because in a competitive game, and this is all like on competitive games, there's obviously a whole realm of game balancing for single player games, but competitive games, there's a whole someone winning will inevitably be frustrating. You have to give to their opponent. You have to give someone the ability to be strong and have agency and win with an option, a character, let's say. But that will inevitably frustrate someone else. And you can't say no one's ever going to be frustrated, because you'll never reach that. You will never reach a point where like human psychology will just evaporate every person who gets frustrated because they lost. You have to be willing to accept that someone is going to be frustrated sometime in your game. But that frustration, the fact that you lose sometimes, also adds a sense of reward when you do improve or you do win. And so that kind of friction is necessary for a competitive game to even be satisfying in the first place. So he has this deal, like game balance. A lot of game balance is just vibes, and that some things can be strong, and that that's okay. That and this is like the big where this reactor guy had a big disagreement with him. Keats has this thing about how statistics lie, and they are not like the end all be all of making of balance, of balancing like philosophy. If you look just at statistics, you have to be able to interpret them in context and take it with a grain of salt. And this guy has like a big problem with the idea that statistics lie or aren't that useful. Like, they're probably a little useful, as Keats admits later in the video. They are a little bit useful to give you overall trends, but they can be misleading all the time. And this guy is like a super big stats guy. He's just really into the idea of that statistics are actually a really good way, are much better than Keats gives them credit for. And I find that interesting because whenever I saw like FGC people react to this video, they all kind of heard that and went, yeah, no, I get it. I get what he means. And then this guy who only like really plays Overwatch as a competitive game is like, statistics are like one of the most important things. And I think part of it is like, I have this theory that when you only play one competitive multiplayer or live service game, and it patches every so often, especially if it's team-based. Here's the thing with like a game like League of Legends, for instance. In League of Legends, I learned a lot about statistical analysis and how to interpret data from playing League back in the day. Because you would end up in situations where people would point out like a champion's win rate. And you'd have to be like, well, a win rate doesn't necessarily mean that they're that good or that bad. There's champions who are, honestly, in reality, quite strong. But they're just very popular. And on average, and maybe they require a little teensy bit of skill, and most League players have like zero mechanical ability, is what I realized. And so the average like win rate goes down because they're popular and a teeny tiny bit hard. So their average is going to go down. For the same reason, you might see people who are like hyper specialists in one champion, and they basically carry the win rate in, say, less populated, higher rankings. And so saying like, this character's busted at high level is like, well, are they super busted? Or is there like 2 or 3 guys who they're like Itabashi, they're like Itabashi's Zangief, and he is literally the whole reason that Zangief was like A tier on Japanese Street Fighter 5 tier lists forever. It's just one guy who's scary as fuck. And you're like, well, yeah, I guess that guy's good enough. And I think that when you have a game that has so much data pollution like that, because it's not only there's all of these, like, you have to interpret it in context. There's also the fact that in a team game, there is so much data pollution because of the presence of other players. In a game like League of Legends, and this was one of my mega frustrators, a single person could lose you the game. A single person could tank your team's chances at winning. And so when you look at your own win rate, it's not necessarily clear whether, okay, well, did you get like lucky did you get lucky enough? How much did you actually contribute to your win? It's kind of ephemeral and really difficult to pin down. And I think in this sort of sea of chaos, statistics is something that these kind of LiveSouls players cling to give them some kind of anchor, some kind of port in a storm. That there is actually some objective truth to why the outcomes of games happen. This is like, Nietzsche would love this. there's some see, you have to go beyond. You have to become the game balance Ubermensch. And cast away the institutional reliance on statistics as a means of spiritual fulfillment. And become self-sustaining. So that was a really fascinating, big disagreement that he had. One of the things that made this video very hard to watch, but I did anyway, is that like this guy, okay, you know that thing where some people will like react to a video and they'll just stare at it blankly until it's over and go, yeah, good video, and then move on. This guy was maybe the furthest on the other end of that spectrum I have ever seen. Keats would say something, and then this guy would pause the video and go on like a 5-minute, barely related tangent about Overwatch balancing. And then he would like play the video. He would just like resume the video. And at several points, Keats, you know, I would say the video is written in his language and his writing is decently complex, right? So he's getting towards the end of a segment, and he has a pretty long line to deliver. It has multiple clauses, lots of commas and shit. And he has a couple different points to get to before the conclusion. It's a complex sentence that he's delivering. And this guy would like pause every little bit of that sentence and turn like, maybe Keats takes 20 seconds to say something. And this guy would spend like a combined 10 minutes between pauses just ranting about like Overwatch balancing decisions over the years. Because that's his only frame of reference. And he's just going on and on about like Vendetta. I don't know who the fuck Vendetta is. He wouldn't shut up about this character. And then like resume the video, and Keats like makes his final point, which is built across all of these previous things that he's been saying across this whole phrase. But because that's so far in the past at this point, the reactor guy is like, what the fuck is he talking about? I was like, I don't know, man. If you just like listen to a full point he had to say before commenting on it, maybe you would understand a little bit more of what he had to say. Also, Keats like revisits ideas later on. Like, first off, he would say things like, game balances vibes, or don't listen to players because players lie, statistics lie. And then like maybe 20 minutes later in the video, he would revisit these ideas with more nuance and say, well, actually, here are situations where you can listen to players, or here's how you should interpret statistics. And then this guy would be like, that was 2 hours ago in his stream. And he's like, why wasn't this earlier? And I'm like, I don't know, man. Like maybe you could have had a little bit of patience. So yeah, this is my term for the derivative of a ball and gun gamer, a little bit higher on the pantheon, on a little upper echelon of a gamer archetype. Me, of course, I'm the perfect complete, Tarot 21 the world. And I encompass everything, and I know everything. All right. Next up, in my notes, I just wrote the words id ... fuck ... So like right after I recorded that previous podcast, Microsoft announced that they had laid off like every single human being from id Software. That's an exaggeration, but they lost a lot of people. And there was a question as to whether or not... Okay, so like they lost like... According to insider sources, aka Scott Miller, they might have actually lost like everyone who knows how the id Tech engine works, like a majority of their programmers, and they might be relegated to being a support studio, which fucking sucks. I hold id Software very close to my heart, and yeah, of course, like, the original founding members have all moved on from the company, but those guys, like, trained a new generation of programmers, and those guys trained another generation of programmers, and so on and so forth. And they've basically been adding on to this technical legacy that was started back in like 1992 with the first id Tech engine. And it's like this long order of techno monks who have been just on their own creating, like, just working on and polishing and updating this incredible engine that redefined what video games could even be like back in the 90s. And, like, all of those people are gone now. And it's a genuine cultural loss, in my opinion. I think losing id Software is a genuine loss for the history of technology and, like, human culture. Like, we don't usually talk about video games like this, but Doom is a really big deal. Doom is a really big deal in terms of like, cultural output of human beings and cultural consumption in the last 30 years. It's kind of a game changer. One of the more important games ever released. And I think that in the future, like, the long ripples of Doom and the whole FPS genre will continue to be felt. And that was being carried on by literally the company and the legacy of the people who started that shit. And losing that for absolutely no fucking good reason at all really sucks. It's a real big bummer. I was thinking about it, and, like, this means something to me, man. And I think that if the next id game is made on, like, Unreal, I would genuinely cry. I think the thought of it, like, upset me so much, I almost cried, like, in my room thinking about it, because of how fucked up this whole situation is. Oh my god. This is why I am, like, just generally opposed to the acquisitions and the corporate buyouts and all this stuff. Because when this kind of thing happens, when the dominoes really start falling on the consequences of 10, 15, 20 plus years of bad decision making, it is completely indiscriminate. It is who lives and who dies is indiscriminate. Like, id is a successful studio, a monumentally successful studio. Doom Eternal and Doom 2016 are some of the most important games of their decade. Eternal's like 2020. 2020? Yeah, 2020. Not 21. isn't like the 0 usually count actually like the real like last year of the decade because it's like the 10th? So yeah, let's say the decade. Like that's like some of the most important games that have been made in recent times. Doom 2016 like revitalized a whole subgenre. The cultural impact of those games is tremendous. And even though the Dark Ages was like not quite as, I don't think it was quite as successful. It wasn't quite as well received. It is quote unquote the controversial third one. Still, like, come on, man. Like it definitely wasn't a flop. And they should be working on new shit. They should be working on like continuing their projects because they are successful. They are a consistent, successful studio, but they die too. Why? Because we just have to kill things now. We just have to kill people. From what I saw of how many people were let go and in what departments, I am not even confident that they could make another game now. Maybe, you know what? Maybe they'll make like a PS1 graphics boomer shooter. And that will be the next id project. But it's such a damn shame. It is such a shame. It is like really upsetting to me to see all of this happen. It kind of puts a pit in my stomach with the amount of like just waste, just total waste that's caused by all this bullshit. You know what? I do have to go eat. I'll be back in a second, and then I'll talk about... I'm actually going to talk about mostly things I like on this podcast. I just wanted to get this out of the way. This fucking sucks. And the brain drain of the industry continues. Okay, I'm back. I had a delicious breakfast. I made sausages and hash browns. And it was so good, you could say that I was obsessed with it. Because now I'm going to talk about obsession. Those sausages and hash browns are going to gonna stalk me from my stomach. Whatever. We went to go see Obsession, the new-ish, came out a little while ago, but the recent horror film by, I don't know first time, but I think this might be his first feature film. Very young filmmaker. He's probably younger than me, which pisses me off. And Kat actually saw this first. I never see anything unless she puts it on for me. So she went to go see this on her own just because she was interested in it. And it ended up being, I think she said, her favorite movie of the year so far. And I was like, oh, wow, okay. I mean, I kind of heard people talking about it, but that's pretty high praise from her. You know, a Minions movie came out this year, and she said that. So once it came out on streaming, we ended up watching it, and I really liked it. If you haven't seen Obsession yet, I would highly recommend it. It's a pretty cool movie. For some reason, her first reaction was to think that I would hate it, which I find really weird. I don't know. Kat thinks that I'll just, hate things for some reason. And then I never, do. She I feel like she almost never gauges my reaction. She never predicts my reaction correctly. So Obsession is this really small-scale horror film that I think it's a bit of a twist on a quote-unquote yandere story. I have been, unfortunately, reading a lot of the discussion around this film. I say unfortunately. It's because a lot of it is, there's a lot of people talking about it. And honestly, a lot of it was pretty interesting. And there's stuff that I didn't pick up on a first viewing that I think is really cool. That the script is really good. It's very detailed, and there's a lot of really clever hints and little callbacks and things. I think that it's a movie that, if you're really paying attention, improves a lot on a second watch when you pick up on little lines the characters say that kind of reveal something and then something happens later or calls back to it. The movie's got tons of stuff like that. But it's also because it's so popular. I see a lot of dumb shit about it. I saw someone call this baby's first yandere movie or story. And I was like, that's so funny because like the average yandere anime character, the basically caps out at, oh man, she made a really crazy face. Look at how big her eyes are, and she's like smiling too. Isn't that crazy? An obsession actually has a lot going on, and it actually has something to say. Isn't that crazy? So, it's a bit of it's like you call it like a yandere thing. I think like another comparison would be any other sort of like stalker horror sort of movie or plot, but it takes it in a really interesting direction. The setup is the main character is this guy named Bear. I think it's short for like Baron. His name is Bear, and he is like I don't know exactly how old they are. I kind of get the vibe that they're in college. It seems like they're on break, though, for the duration of the movie. And he and his friends, he's got a little friend group, and he's got this big crush on this girl named Nikki, who seemingly may or may not also be into him. I kind of personally lean towards, like, not. But, you know, he's going through a sort of relatable kind of like, oh, I really have a crush on her kind of thing. Like, oh, I'm so scared to talk to her. And he, in an effort to woo her, he goes to this like magical kind of crystal healing type of shop. And instead of like buying something, she like loses a necklace. And he first thinks to go buy like a replacement for it, which would have been a sweet gift. But then he's like, fuck it, I guess I'll get her something else for like no reason. He sort of, this is kind of a running theme, which is how much does he really care about what she wants? He ends up buying this it's called a One Wish Willow. It's a little kind of like a wishbone type thing. It's a little stick you snap and you make a wish on it. He's like, okay. So they go out, have fun, you know, as a group. He drives her home. You can tell he really wants to confess to her and give her her gift or something. And then ultimately he just chickens out. Another recurring theme of the film is that he's a huge coward. He basically chickens out. He kind of fumbles the big chance that he had to you know, let his feelings be known. And in his frustration, he's sitting in his car and he takes out the willow and he snaps it. And he says, I wish that she was more in love with me than anyone else in the world. And then instantly, he thought that she had gone. It seems like enough time has passed that she should have been inside by now. But suddenly she's like standing at the front door, completely in silhouette. It's all nighttime and stuff. And it's like, there's like this marked energy change in the way that she's standing. And from now on, she's just acting weird. And she is completely obsessed with him. So, I think that this movie does a couple of things really cool. In a really cool way. I called it a very intimate film because it's basically got like 4 characters and like 2 bit characters. And it basically caps out there. And it really is focused on Bear and Nikki and their relationship, which at the start is awesome. There's like this little montage of them hanging out and being a couple and everything's so awesome, everything's so great. And then things start to get weird. Actually, things started a little weird. His cat dies at the beginning of the film because he fucking like... It's kind of implied he left his pills out and he's like, oh, fuck, she got into my pills. And then that happens the same night that he ends up driving... Nikki comes back with him to his place after, you know, getting all weird and wished up and stuff. And like in the morning, she's like dug out his cat. Probably, I think it's kind of like he put the cat in like a trash bag and just left it out for the evening because he like wasn't ready to deal with it. And she just like picked it out. She found it and made like a little shrine to it in the kitchen. It's very creepy. And that's kind of your first hint that something weird about it. And it is, okay, so as an audience, you're pretty aware that something supernatural is going on at the beginning of the movie, or else there probably wouldn't be, a movie. But from Bear's perspective, he kind of spends a decent chunk of the film in this sort of like, he doesn't exactly know what's up with her. In fact, most people around them assume that she's having some kind of a mental episode. Like she, it seems like, I think that if I were in this situation, I was like a rational person, I would probably, if she's having something this long, she kind of blames it on like Molly at first, like drugs, you've heard of Molly. I think if I were in this situation and if it was like this protracted of like a weird episode, I would probably assume it was some kind of split personality type of thing, or dissociative identity disorder, I guess is the modern term. She's Diavolo, actually. She's using King Crimson, and that's why she does all that weird time shit in the film. What am I thinking of? I totally lost my train of... Man, all that food, all that fat's going straight to my brain. So, it's really hard to talk about this movie and, like, explain it. I'm just gonna, like, talk about what I thought was cool about it, because going through the plot beat by beat it's honestly a fairly involved plot, and there's a lot of... It doesn't feel... It's actually a kind of long... It's almost like... It's like an hour... It's almost 2 hours. It's like an hour 40 or 50 or something. It's actually fairly long, but it doesn't feel... It feels really well paced. I never felt like it was dragging, and there's a lot of tension and a slow build up to the craziest things happening in the movie. It was a very, I'd say satisfyingly paced film with the speed at which things ramp up. And you're kind of waiting, because you're waiting on a couple things, right? Like, you're waiting, one, for her to get more intense in her obsession, but you're also kind of waiting for him to realize, and I found myself spending most of the movie really intrigued by what was going on in Bear's mind. Because I think one of the most interesting things that this film does is that there is, I would say that most stories like this go into one of two extremes based on who is who the writer wants to make more sympathetic. Either it's like what is it? Oh my God, Lethal Attraction kind of thing. Or, it's a really yandere thing where it's the lady, she's crazy, man, and the man is just sort of like the victim in it, and he's the victim of her fatal attraction and her obsession. Or it's the other way around, and the man is this like completely like mustache twirling, evil, manipulative like villain. And I would say that Obsession doesn't entirely commit to either of them. In the end, Bear is in my mind absolutely the worse person, and if he didn't have a couple of specific character flaws, could have prevented a lot of suffering and the worst things that happen in the movie. But it's not quite so cut and dry that, like, a lot of people refer to Bear as being the villain of the movie. And I would say that in a sense that's correct, but that feels like the only reason I hold off on calling him the outright villain of the film is because he's just so fucking miserable the whole time. Outside of like the one montage at the start of their relationship where he's having fun, he doesn't look like he's having a good time ever. Like, I do think that underneath his disposition, he does get some kind of gratification out of being in a relationship with this girl he's been pining after for, who knows how long. But God, like the sex scenes, he looks like he's not having a good time. He just looks like relieved that it's over when it's done. She seems like she's having a better time in at least one of them. There's like there's like 2 very brief sex sequences, and like he's also just, I think, too victimized by her for me to confidently call him. Like, she has a little. Okay, here's the other problem. Because there's actually 3 characters in this relationship. So there's Bear, and then there's 2 Nickies. There's the real Nikki on the inside, and there is the external possessed Nikki, the obsessed one, on the outside, which is like this, basically like a second, some other consciousness that isn't quite, it's almost demonic. I think the director said it's not supposed to be a demon. It's just this like, it's this other consciousness from who knows where. And the Nikki inside is suffering, clearly. She's not in control of her own body. She is, I almost wish that we got to see more of her perspective in the film, where we got like a little bit of a better idea. It's left up to interpretation a decent amount, which I can respect, but I was very curious as to like how much of this is she aware of? Does this kind of feel like a dream to her? Is she fully aware? Is she basically just like in spectator mode of her own body? Because I think that like any possibility of how she is experiencing these things is they're all like kind of pretty scary and pretty unnerving, but in different ways. At the end of the film, when she kind of pops back out, she seems like totally unaware of what's just happened after this like big massacre that's occurred, this horrible tragedy. So she seems like completely unaware. It's a little vague. It might be that she comes in and out. I'm not entirely sure, and it's up to interpretation. But so she's in there and she's clearly suffering. I don't think anyone would want that to happen to them. But also this consciousness that's possessing her is almost childlike. It's almost reminds me of like Frankenstein's monster, but almost even more primitive. Like she's learning about the scene where she makes a shrine to his cat using his cat's dead body. He comes out and he's like, "Whoa, what the fuck? What the fuck?" And the movie kind of like fades out on this conversation, but you can hear a little bit of their exchange. And he goes like, and she's like, "I thought you would like it." And he goes, "Why would I like that?" And she seems like genuine. Like she's not intending to torment him necessarily. She's trying to fulfill his wish, but it has such a limited, almost like alien understanding, like an outsider looking in on what a regular human being would want, that it like makes these misinterpretations. But it's also not like completely beholden to him, and does a ton of stuff that is like out of his control. This is like the interesting, when I say it's not as cut and dry, I mean that they are both kind of captives to each other throughout the movie. So like the Nikki inside, right, is a prisoner of Bear's wish. And I think if you asked him, he probably wouldn't have wanted any of this to happen in the first place. Like if you knew like the full ramifications of what was going to happen. I don't think that most people are like, "I want her to be like a weird, like possessed slave to me." Usually when you say, "I wish that she was obsessed with me," or "wish she loved me," it's the caveat of like, there's an implication. I wish that like she organically was into me. I wish I was luckier, basically, is what you're really asking for when you make a wish like that. So she is like a prisoner to him that he can't really control. Like it's almost like he's managing a child for a lot of the movie. This very destructive child that's out of control. That's almost how it feels. Like he's almost like trying to herd her into acceptable behavior, both like how she treats him and what she does to him and what is acceptable and, in social situations they find themselves in. And in that sense, he's kind of like beholden to her. He's like completely, so much of the movie is him just trying to like deal with her or being freaked out by her. And I kind of saw in Bear, patterns of behavior I've seen in people that maybe I've known who have been in abusive relationships, of trying to deal with like things that really shouldn't be acceptable. So the first, like, I would say big turning point is this dinner scene that they have where they're out at some restaurant, and up to this point, her story has been that she is being weird because her dad has cancer. And he was like, apparently she wasn't very close with her dad beforehand and didn't really talk to him, but he just kind of he rationalizes it as, oh, well, I guess, it still hit her pretty hard. He's just kind of going along with it. He's benefiting enough from this that he doesn't really investigate it. And she doesn't like to talk about it. She doesn't, and he goes, okay, fine. I guess she doesn't, it's a touchy subject. They're at dinner. He gets a call from his friend and his friend tells him, he gives him some background information that previously Nikki had told another friend of theirs that she kind of sees him like a brother and not like a romantic interest. Brother's owned. The other thing is that her dad does not have cancer, which is a huge shoe drop. And at this point, like, if you're a rational person, you should say, this is fucking weird. We can't be together anymore. This is a massive weirdo breach of trust that you would lie about something so serious for so long. And he goes back and he asks her point blank whether her dad really has cancer. And she kind of has like this freak out. She freaks out and she starts to make a scene at the restaurant. And he just kind of like is embarrassed and kind of tries to like calm her down and get her back to the table. And he's like on edge and he's kind of like almost worried about what she's going to do. Like he's kind of distracted from the main thing of like, why the fuck did you lie? How could you lie about this kind of thing? And then she says, why does it matter? And he goes, yeah, why does it matter? And this is, I think, the first really, really big actual like informed decision that Bear makes that kind of changes the way that you look at his character. Because now when I watched the movie, my interpretation was, man, this reminds me of the way that people in abusive relationships will just kind of normalize crazy or totally unreasonable, messed up things that their partners do. And they'll be like, well, everyone does this kind of thing, or that's normal, or it's not a big deal. And it's like a frog boiling situation, right? It slowly amps up in pressure until you're so deep into this abusive behavior that you've completely lost any perspective on what is like how you should be treated, or what your relationship should be like. And that's like actually the first thing I was reminded of. There's a much less charitable interpretation of that scene that I think maybe more people have, that is leans into the that he was like, this is kind of where he makes the decision that he is he benefits more from the relationship, and it's better for him if he just ignores it. It's more convenient to ignore. There's a lot of things in the movie where I think, okay, so here's like the big one. The big one in the movie is there's a scene where there's this other girl that they're friends with. Her name is Sarah. And she's had this little thing where she's like trying to get into college, and she's been applying and getting rejected. And she texts him and she's like, hey, I need to talk to you now. And he's like, I can't, because Nikki is going to freak the fuck out if he is with another girl, or if another girl comes over. Because at this point in the movie, this is like near the end of the movie, she's very, very like unstable. And he's really worried about what she's going to do. And she says like, well, if I can't come over, if you don't meet me in the park, I'm going to come over. And he's like, fuck. Okay, well, I can't have her come over. Nikki's, going to have a ghost moment. She's going to go berserk. So he goes and meets Sarah in the park, and they're chit-chatting and stuff. And she has her final, like her dream school she got her letter back from, and she wants to open it with him. And they're kind of chatting and having fun, and it's very clear from their rapport that they are probably better for each other than, it makes more sense. It would have probably made more sense for him to pursue something with her than Nikki, but he's so blinded by his infatuation with Nikki that he can't see that. Then this is like the famous scene where I was watching it and I was like, there's too much negative space in these reverse shots of them in the car. Something's going to fucking pop out from behind one of them. Nikki's going to pop out. Oh boy, does she. That's a freaky ass scene, and I was expecting it and it still fucking freaked me out. That still got me. Partially just because of how absurdly violent it is. She just like bashes her face with a brick until it's literally like the skull. It is in like levels of violence. Oh my god. So this is the craziest thing that's happened. Like, someone's dead now. Someone is actually dead now, and it's like one of his best friends. And at this point, you would think, okay, all this other shit was crazy. She duct taped the front door shut. She makes him a sandwich out of his dead cat. She was super, super duper weird and like started bashing her head in with like a glass bottle at a party they were at. All of these things, you'd think like this would be where you would cut it off. This would be where you'd cut it off. But this has to be the most... someone is actually dead now. And then like the next scene is them like fucking hiding the body. And he's just going along with it like, okay, I guess we gotta hide the body now. And I just said out loud, I was like, he's so permissive. It's weird. He just like lets her do all of this shit to him. And like, he just goes along with all this stuff. And I think in some sense you could say, yeah, it's because he's getting something out of it. But like, I don't know, like, what's your breaking point on this shit? And again, he just looks so fucking miserable the whole time. He doesn't look like he's psyched to be, dating this girl. He looks like he's nervous and anxious and on edge all the time. And he's just like worried. Like, this feels like it's causing a lot of stress in his life. And then I kind of thought about it, and I realized I think his main actual biggest character flaw is that he is a massive coward. He is terribly, terribly cowardly, and he can't stand up for basically anything, and he can't really take responsibility for anything. He can't really take responsibility for his cat dying, He can't take responsibility for what he's done to Nikki. I think the rational person in his situation would have like seriously tried to talk to her about like any kind of mental health, anything, checking into the psych ward, getting a screening of some kind, assuming that, you know, for most of the movie he is not really under the impression that she's like a supernatural entity, that she's actually just having some kind of mental episode, protracted mental episode. He never does it. He never does it. There's a moment, and they kind of like, okay, there's a moment after she like hurts herself during the party where he takes her to the hospital. I guess they kind of clean her up, but you don't hear any of the dialogue. It's all just like music playing over it. But you get a shot of him talking to, like, it's like a nurse, and they walk her back out to the car, and it looks like he's trying to convince her to let Nikki stay overnight, and she just says that they can't. She just like shakes her head. So, okay, for whatever reason, I don't know, the movie has to happen. They can't leave her there overnight. But like there's so many like non-emergency things that you could have done, that you could have recommended before any of this stuff went down. Like at the first real sign of things getting weird. And he just cannot put his foot down. He is just incapable of doing it, of committing to anything. And it's kind of pathetic. And at a certain point, it's like, okay, is he a master he's not a master manipulator in my eyes at all. Like, he is so fucking he has no control over the situation because he refuses to take control over the situation. It's more like he's just trying to manage her again for most of the movie. But so like, is it malicious? I'm going to control her every waking second. Or is it just like him being like having no spine, him just being spineless? And at a certain point, there is no real difference. The outcome is equally bad. He has like, okay, the Nikki inside, the real one, is trapped by some kind of magical curse. The consciousness is also like some kind of weird, I don't know, like paranormal paranormal entity that is also beholden to his wish that he can't change. He is the one with the most like control over his actions in the movie, and he never does enough. He never does enough to actually resolve things. And that's like a part of like why I think that the script is so cool, is that it's actually like a little bit nuanced and you have to think about it for a little bit. He is ultimately like the worst person, and it is his fault. And a lot of people will call him the villain. But it's not like a super cartoonishly hateable character. It's a very like it's a very like real feeling guy. Like I don't know if I've personally known someone exactly like this, but I feel like this is a person that you could know, who is just, at first you feel bad for them, and then as it goes on, you just kind of resent them for how kind of pathetic they are, of their inability to like help anyone, much less themselves. And it ultimately ends up in like a huge tragedy. I guess some other things I want to touch on. Those are like my kind of overarching thoughts about what I liked about the film. But there's a bunch of other cool stuff. For instance, the specific kind of brand of horror in this movie, the specific phobia, it reminds me a lot of this video by, I can't remember if it's by a YouTuber named Big Joel. I don't remember if it's on his main channel or his side channel, but it's called something like Your Boyfriend is Into Mousetrap YouTube. I think it's called that. And it's a short story that he wrote, and it's got a little animatic attached to it. That's basically from the perspective of someone waking up or someone like discovering that their boyfriend is into watching videos of like mousetrap demonstrations, not where any of the mice die, and they're all like non-lethal versions, but it's some guy who like actually does breed mice or like catches mice and then uses them to demonstrate these like traps. And you know, the real version would have like a lethal like poison or water to drown them or something like that. You know, they keep falling into a hole, but it's non-lethal. It's just like a demonstration. And it just sort of it's this pretty interesting little short story. It interrogates a lot of little questions. It's a little funny. It's a little strange. But one of the very particular fears that it touches on is the fear that you can never entirely know someone. That you can be highly intimate with somebody, that they can be, you know, your partner, your spouse, and you might like wake up one day and there is something about them that you just never knew, that you just never picked up on. And it's not out and out concerning, you know, like the boyfriend in this story isn't in this video isn't like gleefully watching animal cruelty necessarily, but it is just like strange enough that it just puts questions into the narrator's mind. And the idea that you could love someone and not truly know them is a very particular kind of fear. Almost the same as it almost touches on the same thing that like home invasion movies do, which is, you know, your home is where you should feel the most safe. It should be. But suddenly that kind of bubble is broken and you feel unsafe in your own home. I wrote a story about this a few years ago. It's called There Is a Window in Your House That You've Never Seen. You can go read it on my website. I also did a live reading of it on my side channel, The Cellar Plus R. Wow, I'm getting good at self-promo segues. It's a really unnerving feeling. And there's these scenes in Obsession, like the really infamous scenes in Obsession, or well, some of them are like this. What some of the scariest ones are where he like wakes up in the middle of the night and she's just standing in the corner in silhouette, and there's some really cool lighting effects that are done. It is visually, I would say, a very plain movie. It's a little dark. It's a little desaturated, but there are these really nice stylistic flourishes that are very artful, I'll call them. So she's just, and they have these moments where she's just standing in silhouette and there is way too much shadow on her than feels right for the level of light that there is. Like she comes in to his house one time and she's standing on the porch and she's completely black. And you're like, there should be some kind of light from the room on her face. There should be something, but she's just completely in shadow. And you can just kind of see like these vague little reflections in her eyes. And it's very uncanny. It reminds me of those like analog horror faces. You know, now I think that they've been a little oversaturated in them. It doesn't freak me out anymore, but I remember the first time seeing those and I was like, ooh, this is hitting some kind of primal lizard brain thing in me. And there's some really... Okay, it stopped recording for a second. That was weird. There's some cool parts of this film where they do similar things with her, and she's just like standing in the corner of his bedroom having some kind of a meltdown, like she's watching him sleep and she's like scared, and she's scared of like the dreams that she's been having, and it's just it's this very sudden like what is happening, and it's the first real like what's going on with her. They do a bunch of really uncanny things with like speeding up and slowing down and reversing footage. And I think many other directors or editors would kind of fumble this. I don't think they'd be able to pull it off in a way that didn't look goofy. I think a lot of people would make it look goofy, as, you know, speeding up or, you know, messing with the timing on footage often does. It's often used for comedic effect, or you're filming with like a slow-mo thing. But this is like there's a moment, like one of the scariest moments in the movie is they're having some kind of a thing. He's freaking out. He's like trying to kind of tell her that what she's doing isn't okay. And then she like kind of, there's these moments where the real Nikki kind of resuscitates. She kind of comes back to the surface, and you're not sure exactly like how much of her is bleeding over into the real world. And then there's this moment where this conversation's getting very intense, and suddenly she's like kneeling over, she's like standing over him, kind of crouching down as he's like sitting on the ground in the house. And then she just like walks backwards, but it's like, it is clearly a shot of, it was originally a shot of her almost lunging forward, and that they reversed. And it's reversed and played at like sort of slow-mo, which is the other thing that makes it look better. Or no, it's like sped up. It's like, yeah, I think it's actually sped up footage. Like they filmed her I think they probably filmed her doing it really slowly, and then they sped it up and reversed it. And it is like one of the fucking freakiest things I've seen in a bit. Like it feels like, for a movie that for the most part is very grounded, and there are supernatural elements, but they're sort of invisible, right? It's all kind of her personality. She's not like levitating things with her mind, or there's no ghosts that show up. It's very subtle. And then you get these moments where something completely unreal happens, and it for just a second you get this flash of something that is just so wrong in your mind. Things don't move like that. Things can't move like that. And it triggers this like panic response. It's like one of the freakiest parts. And then once she like kind of like reverses back into that position, it's almost like she resets. She kind of like resets into her nice semi-docile personality. And then there's a moment where she just kind of like dry rushes him. She just kind of like doesn't actually lunge at him. So she just kind of like, Puh! She's a really fast step, and then kind of moves back again. And it's like, and he's like freaking the fuck out. And they do a couple of these other ones, like in their room at night where she's in darkness and she's moving in these ways that feel unnatural, that feel sped up, but you can't quite tell because it's so dark. It's bewildering and kind of nightmarish. It's really cool. It's a very cool effect. Other things that I thought were cool. Oh man, I feel like I totally had something, and I can't remember it. I liked the movie a lot. I thought it was really good. It took a story type that I think has been done a lot, and it did it in a really interesting way with some actually kind of complex characters and a lot of subtlety, a lot of things that you can read into, and sort of subverted things and had like an interesting message about like, there's a lot of themes I think you could read into this. A lot of ideas you could read into this. There's like codependency, abusive relationships, the idea that I think someone can be like, in some sense, like also the sort of like victim in a relationship, but also have a, you know, not be a quote unquote perfect victim. Feeling alienated. I mean, geez, like if you look at this from Nikki's perspective, like holy fuck. The whole movie is like her being, there is an entire other horror movie happening from her perspective, and it's her like feeling completely alienated from her own body. That's pretty freaky. Not having agency or control over yourself, which has tons of connections you could make to, personal things, political things. It's things like the way that people have relationships, especially like nowadays. It felt like very modern in a nice way, as a 24-year-old. This movie felt like the way that just even the characters talked. Like, he has this friend who is like, I don't know. I got the sense he's a little bro-y, but he's like also like, hey dude, it's a real bad look. It looks like you're exploiting her mental health thing. And I'm like, man, that is a fucking like Gen Z bro-y college guy. Like, he's kind of a dick in some ways in the movie, but also he's like aware of like consent and stuff. And like, whoa man, she had too much to drink. Yeah, I thought it was really cool. And it's also part of this interesting wave of like new young filmmakers who are like my age, which is again cool and very infuriating to see. I don't think of myself as a filmmaker. I just hate it when people are successful. I'm just a spiteful bitch. But I think that's cool. I do think it's cool that like a lot of these guys, there's like the Backrooms guy, and he also started on YouTube making little horror shorts, and I think that that's really cool. I think it's neat that there's this, that like I love online video. I really do. I complain and I moan about YouTube all the time, and there's always a bad trend on YouTube and this or that. But really, I think in total, I have to say, online video is one of the coolest fucking things to happen to human expression like ever. It has completely revolutionized, I think, like art ever. Like, look at the videos I make. Could you have ever made anything even kind of like that? What was it going to be, a TV show? Was it going to be a movie? Was it going to be maybe a book? But like, no, it's these are videos. These are videos, and they're distinct, and it's its own kind of art form, its own kind of medium. So I don't think of myself as a filmmaker per se, but I do think of myself as like, I don't know, a video maker, and that's kind of its own thing. I think it's super cool that people who have grown up like me with YouTube and stuff are now moving into other things. Or using that as a springboard. I mean, there's a ton of things that YouTube can be used as a springboard for. A lot of people do YouTube because they want to go into movies someday. So I'm really glad that it took off. It's a really low budget film, and it's made like quite a lot of money. And I think that's really cool. Movies like this, I feel like, I don't know if it was just bias, but I feel like 10 years ago, there was a lot of cynicism about quote unquote derivative movies. Everything's an adaptation, or it's a remake or a reboot or a sequel or something. And like, yeah, those are still coming out. Those have always come out. But I go to the movies somewhat often, and I feel like all the time I get ads for movies that are original concepts. Or if they're sequels to original concepts. And I see posters for, fresh ideas and stuff like that. I feel like there's actually a pretty good variety of movies coming out recently, and ones with like smaller budgets. This is a small budget movie. I think that horror does have a leg up, and it's always had a leg up because people, for whatever reason, horror is just one of those genres that people who are into it are gonna watch regardless of budget or special effects or whatever. And you can make a very low budget horror movie, and it can be great. And as long as you write around your budgetary limitations, it can totally work at any scale. I mean, look at Marble Hornets. That's like a zero budget found footage horror series. I think it would be cool if that trend extends to other kinds of films, and other things get like really blow up because of, in spite of having kind of smaller budgets. I think that maybe the contracting economy that we're going through right now could lead to studios like moving away from the massively inflated, nauseating budgets because it's actually just too risky. And maybe taking like smaller chances on like new concepts. Like that could be a thing in the future. I think it would be cool. Speaking of taking smaller chances on like new, fresh, original concepts, we went to go see Minions and Monsters in theaters. So I'm going to be entirely honest with you guys. I kind of enjoyed Minions and Monsters more than Toy Story 5. I thought it was like a genuinely, and Kat felt the same way, it was a more enjoyable film. Like top to bottom. I don't think it's like the funniest thing ever. A lot of the humor doesn't quite land with me. I think a lot of kids would find it really funny. But there's honestly enough just amusing, entertaining things in Minions and Monsters that my interest was kept, and I wasn't just spending the whole time thinking about how, like, you know, the Toy Story toys they're kind of reaching like the limit of stories they can tell with this world. Minions and Monsters is just like kind of a silly little comedy that is like, it's such a, okay, you guys ever seen Chitty Chitty Bang Bang? You ever seen that movie that's like super long and it just goes through all of these weird phases? And it almost is like, it feels kind of like an old style fairy tale that didn't have a traditional plot structure. It's just kind of fun things happening on and on and on. Minions and Monsters is like that, except it's like 80 minutes. I was amazed because so much happens in this movie. Something is always happening. There is hardly like a dull moment. It's sort of like the backstory of the Minions and how they're like in the 20s. So, okay, I would say like the premise, if you had to say it's about how in like the 20s, the Minions became like they got big in Hollywood and then tried to make their own movie and summoned a bunch of monsters. And that's like the problem of the film. That happens like halfway through. Like the first half of the movie is all just like set up and things happening and like one thing leads to the next. And it's just like a bunch of gags and like weird situations for the Minions to be in. And like, wouldn't it be funny if the Minions like met a Cyclops and they fucked with the Cyclops on accident? Wouldn't it be funny if the Minions got really popular in Hollywood? And then go through this whole like celebrity arc. The main character of the movie, the main characters are like this little guy named Stuart. No, it's James. Sorry, Stuart's late. He's a different Minion. I'm sorry, I can't tell them apart. I'm a little racist. I'm a little Minion racist. James is this Minion who's like an artist, and he's a little different from everyone because he's a creative, you know, in his tribe. And he likes to make like paintings and write stories and stuff and songs. And he's, again, like an outcast for this reason. He keeps like kind of fucking things up until they get to Hollywood, and these like Hollywood producers are like, "Oh, I love these little yellow fellows. Get those little yellow guys. I need them in a silent movie." That's it. It's also like a Sunset Boulevard thing. Because like James gets really involved in like the movie making process. Actually, okay, so they do that when I say Sunset Boulevard. The big conflict, I guess, is that they move to sound. The talkies start coming in, and I'm not talking the chips. And it turns out that the minions can't speak English. They speak their little minionese. So that like basically destroys their ability to act, because previously they could just, like aura farm essentially and get and become big stars, but now they can't deliver like any dialogue. So there's a scene where this like minion, he's the star in like a noir detective film, and his like co-star, who's a human woman, calls his character, like in the dialogue, she calls him a bastard, which is like, I think some little kid is going to learn the word bastard from this movie, which is kind of awesome. And then he just go, and they're like, no, you can't say it. Like, describing this movie makes me feel stupid. There's a moment, okay, there's this whole subplot like 20 minutes before the end of the movie, because this movie goes so fast. There's this whole awesome subplot where, okay, so like James and his friends, his buddies, he's got these two pals. They're like the Three Stooges, or Ed, and Eddie, I guess. They are like, we're gonna make our own movie. We're gonna make a monster movie, and they summon a little Cthulhu guy played by Trey Parker, and he's just doing like Cartman but even squeakier. His name is Goomy. Kat loves Goomy. She has lots of Goomy merchandise. She bought the Goomy mustard off of like Amazon. She ordered the Goomy green mustard off of Amazon. And the Goomy like takes them on an expedition to go find these other big monsters that are trapped in ice. The other minions go and meet this guy named Dort, who is a reference to Gort from The Day the Earth Stood Still, the robot guy. And Dort is like an alien robot role player who is like convinced that he's like Mickey Taka from Part 4. And he just is like, I'm an alien and I'm preparing to invade the Earth. And they're like, oh, he's a bad guy. So they go home with him to his like 1-bedroom apartment with his like totally not gay roommate. And they just follow him around, and then he decides that he's going to go start his invasion plan. So he goes to like a playground, and he like plants a flag in the sand, and this little kid starts hitting him with a shovel, and he's about to like kick this kid into the stratosphere. He's about to turn this kid into jam. And he is stopped by a suffragette, and he immediately falls in love with her. They like kind of start falling for each other. And Dort decides to start like he gives up his invasion plan for the moment so that he can go on dates with this suffragette woman. And they march off, and he starts saying, give women the vote. And the minions, there's a scene in this movie where the minions are marching through the street chanting, give women the vote, which implies a lot of crazy things about the suffragette movement. Personally, I think it's because Susan B. Anthony would not stand up for black suffrage. That's my personal theory. And then at the end of the movie, it turns out he's a real ass alien. He comes down in a fucking spaceship to save the day when, of course, like the monsters betray them and they're gonna like take over the world and eat everyone. Dort comes down, my goat, in like a spaceship and like starts blasting the big goop monster. It's kind of awesome. I enjoyed this film a lot. I think like I think kids would like it especially, but I had a pretty good time. We all had a much better time than we were expecting. I liked it more than Despicable Me 4. Okay, well, now that that's out of the way, I'm going to talk about one of my most recent favoritist shows that I've watched that Kat has exposed me to. the Venture Brothers. So for the longest time, I had heard of the Venture Brothers, like I'd seen it, like the name. I had no idea what it was or what it was about. And to be honest, it was one of those properties that just sort of existed floating around in the background. I think I talked about this with like E3 and Odyssey, where it's a name I've seen, but I never really knew what it was. I sort of did, but I never really knew. And it wasn't really a real thing to me. Like, I knew there were Venture Brothers cosmetics in TF2, but I didn't know what that meant. I didn't know the implications of that. And then the other day, or a while ago, Kat decided to just watch the whole series. And she loved it so much that she wanted to show it to me. And we've been going through it now. And wow, I fucking love this show. This show is awesome. This is apparently, like, I had no idea it had 7 seasons. And was one of these, like, Adult Swim mainstays that had, like, this niche hardcore following for the longest time. I never knew about any of this. This was completely over my head this entire time. I didn't realize the last season was in like 2018. And may never be coming back. I don't know, which is a tragedy because I really love the show. And we haven't finished it yet. It's got 7 seasons. And we finished the first 5. So we have 2 more to go. And I'm like really jonesing to watch more of it. So I should just like actually describe the show. Which is actually, that's like one of the big challenges. And I think one of the reasons it might have had trouble catching on with a wider audience. Because like I've talked before about like shows that have like, there's the hook and then there's the real meat of the show. Venture Brothers has a hook. It's got a lot of meat. It's got a lot of meat on them bones. And it has a hook, but the hook is like unintelligible to most people. Because you're like, oh, it's a Johnny Quest parody. And most people go, what? A what parody? Or if they know what it is, they go, what, Johnny Quest? I think my granddad watched that in the war? And it's not even like that accurate. It's really like a mishmash of a bunch of things that the creators are into. There's like, yeah, Johnny Quest kind of clutch cargo type adventure stories. But there's also tons of like classic superhero comics, pulp horror and science fiction, supernatural and occult stories. There's like an episode that's a big reference to, it's got like a Scooby-Doo parody. Classic literature, history, a lot of fucking nerd shit. It's this big spy and like spy stories, noir stories, like thrillers. There's just so much. It's this big potpourri of styles and influences, but because the creative vision, like the creators agree with each other so much and their vision is so strong, it never feels weird. It never feels like it's discordant in any way. It honestly took me 3 or 4 seasons to even realize, like, confirm fully for myself that the show is supposed to take place contemporaneously. I was still like, is this in like the 70s or something? I couldn't tell. No, it's meant to take place like roughly in like, I guess like the early 2000s when it first aired. Although time does progressively pass over the course of the series, which is one of the cool aspects of it. I would say, in like not really doing the show justice terms, that it is about a family of science adventurers. This dad. The dad, his name is Dr. Venture, aka Rusty, and he is a super scientist, which is like a term in this world. They do super science, like making ray guns and shit. And his dad was like the original Dr. Venture, Jonas Venture. And he was like a big science adventurer, part of this like adventuring group in the 60s. And Rusty was a boy adventurer at the time and had like a cartoon based on their adventures that was named after him. So he was like a semi-child celebrity in the sense that he had a cartoon based on him, but he was like a real person. And now he's like a 40-year-old guy who's like bald and kind of washed up. He feels washed up. He feels kind of like a loser. He has 2 sons, Hank and Dean. Hank is more of a jock. He's a little more like jockey minded and a little like dumber. Dean is more of a nerdy bookworm type, and he loves wearing dresses. He loves finding any excuse he can to wear dresses. It only happens a couple times, but it is like really funny. The frequency with which Dean is like, I need to... The only way I could solve this is by putting on a dress. In the early seasons. And then their bodyguard, Brock Sampson, who is voiced by Patrick Warburton, and it's a Patrick Warburton character. He has an awesome, deep, swaggart voice. And he is like he's a member of the OSI, the Office of Special Intelligence, which is sort of like a secret, they like do, what is it? They fight like supervillains. This is a world of like superheroes and supervillains, but it's like all unionized and like semi-organized, like formal. And so the OSI is like this anti-super villain. They're like S.H.I.E.L.D., I guess, from Marvel is the closest compare. That's probably the reference that it's to. And Brock is like Dr. Venture's appointed bodyguard for the family. And he's almost like an uncle, older brother type of character. And he's like an insane killing machine, but also like basically a babysitter. Who really cares about the kids and has this like camaraderie, semi-professional, but like they're like fairly close, like years-long friendship with Dr. Venture. They have like this, the characters, one of the strengths of the show is that the characters have these really nice fleshed out relationships with each other that feel really complex. And then in addition to this, there's also like a million billion characters. I guess like the important ones would be like the Monarch, who is Dr. Venture's arch nemesis. He's a butterfly-themed supervillain who, quote-unquote, arches Dr. Venture. That's the word they use when you're their arch nemesis. They say that you're arching them, which always sounds like a sex thing to me and is still funny in my head. I think a lot of people would love to arch Dr. Venture. And his super hot girlfriend, Dr. Girlfriend, who's like one of the best characters in the show. She's like a sexy lady with this super deep voice, which is like a great character touch. They could have easily had her have some kind of sultry tone, but she has this like really deep. She's voiced by like a man, and he does this really like Boston accent, like gargling fucking smoker's voice for her all the time, which is awesome. She's not supposed to be trans, but Kat loves her for obvious reasons. I love her too. She's like absurdly hot. And she's like the Monarch's assistant. She's like his sidekick essentially, but she's also like significantly more level-headed and competent than him, and she knows a lot more of like she's more like well-studied. I guess she is Dr. Girlfriend. They have this whole so when I say that they're like this whole heroes and villains thing is formalized, they belong to like the Guild of Calamitous Intent, which is basically a supervillain union that gives them like benefits and pay for for like coming up with like world domination plots and stuff like that, and having arch rivals. And they have this whole handbook of policies and rules and stuff. And like Dr. Girlfriend is she knows it, like basically she has like an encyclopedic knowledge of this stuff. It's just this kind of recurring bit that she knows about all of the little rulings and stuff that the monarch is like, what the fuck? What's great about the show is that one of the things that's great about it is that there's like 1 million characters, but they have like 5 voice actors total. And two of them are like Dr. Venture and like 1 or 2 other characters specifically. One of them just plays Dean, I think, and maybe 1 or 2 other people. Everyone does multiple voices. One of the voice actors is Patrick Warburton, who I think just does Brock. They have a guy. No, they have one of the creators, Doc Hammer, like his ex-wife plays like all the other women in the show. And then the 2 creators, what is it? Something Public and Doc Hammer play everyone else. It's one of those like Smiling Friends kind of things where you can hear their voice in other characters, but it's fun. It kind of rewards you for paying attention and picking up on the little ways that they voice different characters, which is genuinely like great to... It's really interesting, I think, especially if you're into voice acting. There's a great video I watched that was a big compilation of them doing different character voices at conventions. And they sort of walk through the process for how they come up with a voice and differentiate it from the other one. There was a great comment I read that was like, there's like 4 nerd, like real nerd voice characters in the show, I think, that they do, where it's just like, there's a Henchman 21, who's one of the Monarch's top, like, got one of the recurring Monarch henchman guys. Henchman 24, who's like they're like a comedy duo, basically. There's another character who comes in later named Saint Cloud, who's like this rich guy. And he always talks like this. And, oh god, there's like one other character I can't... Oh, Billy Quizboy. I fucking love Billy Quizboy. And they all... I think he voices all of them, or like 3 of the 4, whatever. And they're all like clearly nerd voices, but completely different kinds of nerd voices. That will remind you of different people that you've known. They're different kinds of guys. There's this like absolutely phenomenal skill in coming up with like funny voices and little ways to characterize people in the way that they speak. I love Dr. Orpheus, he's this necromancer who lives on like the Venture compound property, and he always talks like this. Whoa. And he's accompanied by like dramatic musical stings. He's just awesome. Like it's just so fun to hear him deliver dialogue. I haven't even talked about like what the show is even really like, what the episodes are about. And that's because it's another aspect that I think kind of does the show. It might have worked against the show in the long run, which is that it reminds me a lot of The Office. So The Office, when it first ran on television, definitely had a fan base and a following. It got like 8 seasons or something. But it was never like the biggest hit, especially culturally, until it went to streaming. And with streaming, that was when it really hit its stride, and it blew up and became, that's where all the memes come from. It's when it went on Netflix and people could just watch the whole show front to back in one go, or, you know, like binge through it. And that's because, to my understanding, The Office, like, it has a general setup and a general stable of characters, but it kind of like gradually adds on stuff as you go on, and it builds up these little characters, and it is so much more satisfying when you're watching, say, season 5, if you've seen every single episode up to that point, because the characters have so many little things established about them and all these little interactions and history that they have, that a lot of the humor basically takes advantage of this big established canon of who these people are. And Venture Brothers is like that times like 1,000. Like, Venture Brothers has lore. You can get spoiled on Venture Brothers lore. So every episode I would say, but here's the problem, I think, when it's running on TV, is that it has an episodic structure. It very rarely does, this episode is a direct follow-up to the previous one. It's very rare. It's usually every episode is like a clean start. But the characters grow and develop and change, and new characters come in and new things are established over the course of the series. And that drives a lot of like the little jokes and the interior like motivations, and why is this character acting like this? It's because of this season, and in this episode they found out this, and now they're acting differently because of that. This character isn't in this episode because they're over here having like a character arc, doing something else for this season. And genuinely, so I think there's a lot of episodes you could put on for someone who's never seen the show before, and with little to no context, they could enjoy it and basically pick up on everything. But there are so many where it's like, I don't know how interesting or how funny this is if you don't know these characters already, because knowing who they are just adds on to all of this existing stuff. And if you're just watching it on a TV schedule, unless you're religiously watching it week to week and you remember this stuff and you're keeping up with it, it's really easy to lose track or just like not understand what's going on or why anything is happening. Because the show does like massive status quo changes at least like every season, especially after the third one. Characters are just in totally different places in their lives. They're doing different things, and these will be season-long arcs that will just get added every time there's an episode with them. A little bit of progression, a little bit of this. Sometimes, not even all the time, but just like this moves forward a little bit, this develops out a little bit. We spend time here. You figure out you find out how they feel about this thing, and these little things add up. And yeah, it is not a show that like demands that you watch everything as it's coming out, just because like the structure is still episodic. Like structurally it's episodic, but internally it's kind of serialized. It has a ton of consistency and a lot of lore. It's got a lot of lore. And I think that's what makes it so much better on streaming, because when you or just any format where you can just watch it from the beginning, because you get to experience the whole thing. You just get to experience the whole thing, and everything builds up and pays off in the way that the creators really intended for it to. And it's really satisfying. I like the way that the show progresses its characters and puts them in new, different phases of their lives. Hank and Dean grow up a little bit. I want to say that after like the third season, they kind of start aging by like, there's at least like a year has gone by, and they go through like phases, you know. Dean is emo this season. Hank grows his hair out in this season. And these are like little phases that reflect them growing up and wanting to become their own people and distinguish themselves from their dad and what they value and all this like cool stuff. It's really satisfying to pay off. It is also just like one of the funniest fucking things ever. This show is so funny. I am routinely laughing my ass off while watching it. There's like, every character is some kind of just freakazoid. there's so few normal people in the Venture Brothers. Everyone has some like really strange character quirk or complex, or they're this really extreme embodiment of an archetype. And I think that's what the general theming of like a lot of pulp fiction and genre stories enhances that quality about the characters, because a lot of them draw on existing archetypes of like a scientist character or a superhero character or a pirate or any number of different types of supervillain archetypes, but they just push it in some strange direction. There's this whole like the whole character of like Sergeant Hatred. I did not think when he was first introduced, I did not think he was going to be so important later on and become a main character. He's like a super main character. I love Sergeant Hatred. He's also like a reformed pedophile. He's like this US military themed supervillain who like previously, I don't know if he ever like actually molested anyone. It's like a little up in the air. But he like weaned himself off of his pedophilic urges by marrying this Native American princess named Princess Tiny Feet, who like he is obsessed with enough to like get him, get his eyes off the kids, basically. And his there's like this whole arc where like she leaves him and he gets like washed up, and then Brock stops being their bodyguard for plot reasons, and then Sergeant Hatred is the Monarch has to stop being Dr. Venture's arch nemesis because of things that happen. And then like for this like brief stint of the show, Sergeant Hatred is arching Dr. Venture. What I'd pay to see that. And then he like becomes their bodyguard, and he like becomes a good guy, but he still like has like pedophilic urges. So he's like, there's a whole episode where they gotta go. It's like the Monarch has cornered Dr. Venture. The whole setup for this episode is the Monarch has cornered Dr. Venture, and he's about to like fry him or something. And then Dr. Venture's like alarm on his watch beeps, and he's like, I actually have a therapist appointment. And the Monarch like is like, what the fuck? And then Dr. Girlfriend reminds him that he has to let him, the guild ruling is that he has to let his arch nemesis go for mental health support reasons if they have like a medical appointment. And then he's like, no, but he needs a doctor's note. And then like Dr. Venture pulls one out, and he's like, fuck, okay. And then he calls all of his henchmen off. And like the A plot, B plot is Dr. Venture goes to like a therapy group for former boy adventurers, and it's a bunch of like adults who are former, boy adventurers. There's like a Hardy Boys parody. There's like an Astro Boy parody. There's a guy, it's supposed to be Johnny Quest, and they used to call him Johnny Quest in the show, but they also made him like a drug addict tweaker, and they had to, so I think like Turner, someone from cartoon, like Adult Swim, someone was like, hey, could you like just not call him Johnny Quest? So they start calling him Action Johnny. They're all in this like therapy group with each other, trying to get over the shit. It's like a support group basically. And then because Dr. Venture is out of the house, Sergeant Hatred takes Dean and Hank to a movie theater. Takes them to a movie that's like it's like a Lord of the Rings parody. And then who shows up but the Monarch's henchmen, because they had like this thing planned, and then they got let out of work early because of this doctor's appointment thing. So they're like, well, let's go to the movies. And they're all like still in costume with these like big butterfly wings. They get into like an argument with Dean and Hank. And they're watching the movie, and there's like this whole thing about how like the main character is this little elf boy who's actually like 500 years old, and but he never ages physically. He always looks like a little boy, but he's totally an adult. And Sergeant Adrian, like when he just learns this information about the movie, he starts like getting really antsy, and he starts looking around and realizing that everyone else in the theater is like a little kid, and he starts like having a panic attack, and he runs to the bathroom, and he pulls out like a syringe of drugs or something, and it's called No Molestol, but it's empty, so he's gotta like run home and lock himself in a room to prevent himself from having like a pedophile attack. And it's so fucking funny. It is so goddamn funny. And the show is just packed full of these weird characters who are often like immoral and strange, but it's so ridiculous that it very carefully kind of threads this needle where it never gets too fucked up. There's like this one Scooby-Doo, the actual Scooby-Doo parody episode I thought was like maybe a little too dark. Got like close to being like a little too dark for me. But I think that was also written by someone else. Fuck. It was someone like really notable. I can't remember. But it was written by like someone else, and I was like, okay, I kind of get that. It's all just like the characters are really well established. The relationships are really well developed. They have all these funny quirks and traits, and the further you get in, the more rewarding it is that there's so many characters, and they have this interconnected web of relationships. And all this like historical stuff of the backstory of these different organizations, and it gets like a little convoluted, and even like thinking back now, there's like plot points where I can't quite remember how one character got to a certain way, but like I don't really mind that much because I remember at the time it basically made enough sense. And it's just packed with so many good jokes. It's just the writing is so consistently good. I was very impressed with the first 3 seasons with just how dense the scripts were. Basically, every episode has like an A, B, and C plot. There's like so much going on, and it all eventually wraps itself up in a nice little bow. Although usually one of the plots will be resolved in a post-credits scene, so you gotta wait through the credits. But it's always funny. It's always a great punchline. And then at the end of season 3, there's like a big dramatic finale, and every season ends on a cliffhanger that then the next season kind of picks up on. And usually like the first episode of each season is wrapping up whatever crazy thing happened at the end of the previous one. And then the show kind of gets back to being mostly episodic in terms of episode premises. And then but like the start of season 4 is real. I think it's because they thought it was going to be their last season. At least that's what Kat told me. So blame her if I'm wrong. They thought it was going to be the last season. So it's a lot more lore heavy at the start. And they spent like, it felt like 3 episodes kind of like in this weird transitional period before the new status quo was established. And I wasn't quite feeling it for the first couple episodes. And then like by the 4th episode, oh wait, yeah, it's the one where he goes to therapy. And that was the first, in my opinion, really good episode of the season. And then the rest of it was great. It's also when, after that point, the episodes get less dense, where they tend to just have an A plot and B plot. But they're still funny, and they kind of focus in a little more on an individual character's story. So there's more focus applied to the individual plot lines, as opposed to the earlier seasons where it felt like, because they were juggling so many plots within like a 22-minute episode, it felt like you were maybe getting like 30-second to a minute long snippets of each one. And I never felt like it was paced too fast. It's just like, wow, this is fast. It's not too fast, but it is at a very fast clip. It decompresses a little bit in the later seasons, and I think it works just as well. And it's also fine because I am now so invested in these characters that I don't mind just spending more time with, like, the episode where fucking Rusty's, like, writing a musical about himself. Like, that shit is funny. Yeah, I just really dig on this show. I would highly recommend it. I think it's they've got a YouTube channel where they're just uploading like all the episodes now in a nice high quality. So that's great. I think also like the first 3 seasons are on Netflix, but only those for some reason. I would highly recommend watching it. It's a great show to just watch from the beginning. It's also like good immediately. We never watched the pilot. Kat said the pilot was bad. I've never bothered to watch the pilot. But like, at least just from what I could say, episode 1, it's like immediately funny. I was charmed by it. I was smiling. It got some good laughs out of me. I think the first really great line of the show comes in, I want to say episode 3, which has a plot line about Brock going camping, and he's like Bigfoot hunting, and it turns out that Bigfoot is like in a relationship with the Bionic Man, the $6 Million Man, and he's Brock ends up helping the two of them like escape. They were like on the run. And they make this disguise. They shave Bigfoot and make a wig out of Bigfoot's fur and put it on the $6 Million Man. And Brock like drives through the checkpoint. And as they're driving off, they've escaped. And Brock says, "You could have told me Bigfoot was a dude before I shaved him." And the guy says, "Oh, come on, Brock. Bigfoot doesn't have anything you haven't seen before." And Brock goes, "Bigfoot is something I haven't seen before." That's like episode 3, and I was like, this is this is very promising. And I think it only really gets better. As it just adds on more and more layers. So suffice to say, big thumbs up on the Venture Brothers. I love this show. I literally can't wait. I think tomorrow I'm gonna go see Kat and we're gonna watch more of it. Okay. And then the last thing that we saw together, the Odyssey. I was already gonna see this because I was really interested in it. I liked Oppenheimer a lot. And I loved the Odyssey when I was a kid. I liked Greek mythology. I was into all that. And so, hey, of course, I'm going to be interested in a Christopher Nolan Odyssey movie. I'm only human. My grandfather ended up inviting the two of us to go see it with him. And I was like, oh, yeah, sure. I mean, that means I'm not going to be paying for tickets. Hell yeah. And we went to go see it at the Alamo Drafthouse. So it was also my first Alamo Drafthouse experience. Quite nice. Very pleasant viewing experience. Comfy seats. I didn't get any food, but it was a really nice experience. I would recommend it. I don't think it's IMAX, but it was a big-ass screen. So I feel like I got the grandeur, if you will. There's only like 21 IMAX screens in the country, isn't there? So I don't think it was one of those, but it was a nice big screen. I liked it quite a bit. As an adaptation of the Odyssey, I know plenty of people who have gripes with it. I get those gripes. I have like 1 or 2 myself, but I think as a movie, it was really good. I thought it was a great film. The Odyssey, of course, the classic Homerian poem about the journey taken by the Greek hero Odysseus after the Trojan War to get back to his home country, where he's the king of Ithaca, the island of Ithaca, which turns into a, hijinks ensue. I think, I want to say most people are at least somewhat familiar with the Odyssey. Even if you haven't read it, you kind of know what it's about. It's the journey home with many trials and tribulations. I read the Odyssey back when I read it twice in school. One was on my own when I was in elementary school, and then once for an English class in high school. So I'm like decently familiar with it. There were some things left out, some episodes of the Odyssey that were left out of this adaptation that I forgot about, but then I remembered when I heard someone talking about it. I think what they chose to keep was pretty good, and the made a lot of sense. I think that this film, I wonder if this movie might have been served better as like a mini-series, like a really high. I think you could do that today. I think that previously, I'm pretty sure there was like an Odyssey miniseries back in the day, like maybe in the 90s. I think nowadays with the budgets that a lot of streaming services have, I think you could probably do a real high budget like this movie as a longer miniseries that actually goes through the whole story. But as it stands, for being a 3-hour film, it does encapsulate a lot of the story. So what is different about this, and what did I think was noteworthy? Actually, quite a few things. So for one, this is an adaptation that in some sense minimizes the supernatural elements. It makes them more subtle. They're present, but there is never a moment where like a god appears to Odysseus directly. He sees these visions of Athena, but there's a thing later on where it's like the visage that she appears in could just as easily be kind of like representative of his guilt for what he did in Troy. That kind of a thing. It's kept somewhat ambiguous, and it's also he's the only person seeing her. It was one of the few things that got a big laugh. Well, a restrained giggle out of Kat, because it's just a shot of Zendaya appearing next to him and shaking her head. Which she laughed at, and I also thought was kind of funny. So there's magic. There's a whole sequence with Circe that is very freaky. And that's like the other thing, which is that this movie interprets many episodes of the Odyssey as being horror sequences, which, astonishingly, I've never really seen done before and sort of surprised me. But when I think on it, I think about it, yeah, a lot of stuff in the Odyssey is like horrifying. It's like really scary and freaky and uncanny. Like Scylla, the Hydra, Circe transforming the men into pigs, the whole sequence being trapped in the Cyclops' cave. What's some other things, like the being in the land of the dead? There's a lot of things that are, I think the Odyssey is usually adapted as a big adventure. And this is certainly an adventure, but it really leans into the potential for horror. And I thought that was a really cool, different take on it. The Cyclops is freaky as fuck. I have some gripes with what was left out of the Cyclops sequence, Cyclops story, especially for how long the movie spends on it. I think maybe it could have included more of the stuff from the actual text. But what's great about it is, man, I've never seen the Cyclops like this. It's scary. It's creepy. The Cyclops has this, it's giant. It's like this giant, almost like naked old man. It has this rough, gray, leathery skin. It almost looks like elephant skin. It looks like very worn, and its face is kind of almost disfigured. The eye is not quite... It's like a single eye, of course, but it's kind of almost sideways. Like if you took someone's eye, you know, the way that our eye is more horizontal, but you just twisted it. Most cyclopses that you see, it's just someone, it's just, you know, a human eye, but just in the middle. And it has this kind of very crooked, almost swirling nose, and it has these thin pink lips, and it's just so like, there's just something about it. A little repulsive, which I've never seen a take on the Cyclops story like that. My gripe is they don't include the joke. They don't include the nobody joke, which I get that it makes more sense in the original Greek, but it's still like, it still has the same... I mean, I totally understood it as a kid. You can easily translate it into English. It's not that crazy. But they had... the Cyclops doesn't really speak. There's this whole sequence in the original, the text, where the Cyclops, like... Odysseus basically tries to bargain or get in good graces with the Cyclops to lower his guard. And he does this by conversing with him. And this is like a whole nice sequence. They like have a meal and they drink and they laugh, and then fucking he stabs him in the eye. And this establishes like a really important thing about Odysseus. All of the Greek heroes from like the Iliad and the Aeneid, they had general heroic qualities. Not necessarily that they were good. A Greek hero is not exactly the same as what today we would call a hero. It was a kind of specific archetype because they weren't always like the best natured people. They were heroic because they were bigger and like almost supernatural. So they have these kind of general qualities of like incredible endurance and strength and willpower. And maybe these exceptional talents, like Odysseus is this master hunter. But, well, that's the thing. They all have these little particular qualities this is their specific thing. And for Odysseus, it's that he's clever. Odysseus he's cunning and strategic. He's in his kingdom, he's a hunter. He fights, but in a way that uses stealth and a little bit of trickery and hiding and catching someone by surprise. That's his style. In the Trojan War, he is the one who basically wins the war for them by coming up with the idea of the Trojan horse. This trick to fool the Trojans. And this is meant to... The Cyclops thing, the way he tricks the Cyclops, is meant to establish, because the Trojan horse part is actually not part of the original Odyssey. It's in, I want to say, the Iliad. I think most translations you read of the Odyssey, I think certainly the one that I did, will at least have a little preface that explains, that retells the story of the Trojan horse, because it is so crucial to Odysseus's character. But really, in Homer's story, that stuff gets established with the Cyclops, is that Odysseus is like kind of a trickster. He's clever and a little bit underhanded. And so he betrays Polyphemus, the Cyclops' trust, and blinds him, and that's how they escape. And when you take that out, it's still a cool sequence for what it's worth, but you are missing a big establishing moment of Odysseus's character. Instead, what they do is that as they're escaping, Polyphemus kind of like spits out a helmet of a guy that he ate. and Odysseus gets mad, and he shoots another arrow at him, which is what causes Polyphemus to curse them, chase them back into the water, and curse them, which, of course, Polyphemus is the Cyclopses were the sons of Poseidon, god of the sea. If you're taking a sea voyage, maybe a bad idea to get on that guy's shit list. That starts, the Odysseus's crew think that he's the one who cursed them. They start to lose trust in him. Morale goes down. It causes a lot of conflicts. So yeah, that's like honestly the one big change I would have made was include that part, because one, I think it's a great classic moment from literature, and two, it informs so much about Odysseus's character so quickly. They kind of try to, they definitely make Odysseus's amorality or his questionable morality a conflict that he kind of tries to resolve throughout the film. The people that he kind of betrayed or lied to, like Elliot Page's character, who is the one standing guard outside of the horse, who gets fucking shish kebabbed. There's this great sequence where they go to Hades, this just kind of ethereal shore where you can talk to the dead if you perform a ritual, and all these dead from the Trojan War come up and they see Odysseus, and Elliot Page's character comes out. I forget what he's called, and they talk a little bit, and he basically confronts him about, like, you just left me to die out there. And this is kind of a conflict for Odysseus, and he's like, yeah, I guess I did. The whole sequence with, like, in Circe's cabin, really freaky. Like, they're eating this, it's like, I can't tell if it's vegetable or meat or squid or what, but it's like gross. It's like Spirited Away, I guess. Well, this is like Spirited Away, fucking story that's like 4,000 years old. It reminded me of that kind of gross, like, gluttonous kind of quality, and the when they just slowly turn into these animals, it's scary, and there's this whole body horror aspect that really got to me. Really cool stuff like that throughout the film. The performances across the board were pretty great. It's Christopher Nolan, so he gets a bunch of A-list actors. I liked Matt Damon a lot in this. I thought he did a good job as Odysseus. Robert Pattinson, I love him. He is great as, what's his name? Antinous or something like that. That, like, one of the main suitors. And he's great. He's so hateable and scummy, and he's Robert Pattinson's such a good actor. Speaking of the performances, there was a little bit of hullabaloo around the translation and the script. They used slightly more, I would say, casual or modern English in this version of the story. And I know that gets under some people's skin. Personally, I think the fact that they're speaking English in the first place is, we're a long ways off. We're a long ways away from ancient Greek. So if you really want, to go learn ancient Greek and read the original text, I think, or deliver the whole thing in that language, if you want that experience. This is the same thing I get with people who are, like, so fucking anal about anime localizations. So, yeah, okay, sometimes there's bad ones, but there's other ones that I look at, and even with my cursory knowledge of Japanese, I'm like, that's a fine way to localize that into something that would make more sense to a native English speaker who doesn't know Japanese. And people just get so fucking tight in the ass about it. And at a certain point, I'm like, why don't you just learn Japanese? Why don't you just learn Japanese? Which might be a little bit of a childish retort, but that's kind of how I feel. people really want the Odyssey to be delivered in like a quote unquote old. They want it to be in fancy English because to them it's an old thing, and something can't be weighty or heavy or meaningful if it's not delivered in like not even Shakespearean English, but like people's idea of Shakespearean English. It's just vibes, I guess. It's like game balance. Like, just like our buddy Keats said, it's all vibes. They want the vibe of something being old, but not so old that they actually can't understand it, because they're pussies. I personally didn't have a problem with it. I didn't have a problem with them saying, like, my dad, for instance. I don't know. Because I thought the performances were delivered well enough. I didn't mind, like, the modern curse words. I'm like, yeah, I guess they were cursing back then. They were using, some of them were using rough language. And some characters speak in more, like, elegant, verbose ways, because that's their character. And I thought that it wasn't just like everyone's just, talking jive the whole time. Just stupid fucking, or like cursing and swearing all the time. It's like written intelligently with keeping the actual characters in mind, and the different people speak differently. They have different word choice. They're distinguished in the way that they speak. They're just using more modern sounding English. The Odyssey. It's called Odd. It's called the Odyssey because he's odd and he's on the sea. Gotcha. What else? The action scenes were good. I had fun with the action scenes. I liked how much of it was done practically. There's a little bit of CG, and that's fine. You're not going to do maybe you could pull out Ray Harryhausen's ghost and do a little seance and have him animate a Hydra. But for the most part, it was practical. It enhanced how intense the movie felt. The fact that he's actually like getting hit by real waves and shit, and they're really doing this stuff to some extent. And that was pretty cool. Oh man, I feel like I might have had more to say, but it's kind of just the Odyssey. The structure. So much like many Christopher Nolan movies, one of his isms is telling things in this sort of non-linear way. And I know that sometimes that gets on people's nerves. I thought it was done kind of cool here, and again, because I've seen so many different renditions of the Odyssey, seeing it like this was an interesting take on it that I actually liked. It opens technically with like a cold open of them finding the Trojan horse. And then you cut to Ithaca with Telemachus, Odysseus' son, already a young man. And it's kind of an in media res opening. And I thought it was cool because you go a really long time in the movie before you even get like a full shot of Odysseus. And it's actually just Telemachus asking people about his father, learning about his father and his legend, basically. And it was a cool way to build up Odysseus, because obviously the Odyssey is kind of a sequel to the Iliad and the Aeneid, where he was first established. So giving a little more context and taking the time to build him up as a legendary hero, and there's something really special about this guy, was cool. And it was neat to do that. I thought it made a lot of sense to do it via Telemachus's perspective. His dad left when he was a baby. Now he's like, I don't know how old he's supposed to be, but he's like a young man. And he's he might be like 17 or something. I don't know. Maybe younger, maybe 16. And he's still finding his way. He's missing like a father figure. He has a mentor. Okay, I felt dumb. I never realized that the term mentor comes from the character mentor in the Odyssey. That completely flew over my head the whole time. I never knew that. I feel so silly. I thought it was some kind of, Latin or Greek root. I guess it is a Greek root. Yeah, he's kind of got like a bit of a mentor figure in Mentor. And oh god, what is his name? It's Odysseus's top guy, the with the dog. I forget his name exactly. He's John Leguizamo, I think. And but he's missing his dad, and obviously his mom is getting pressured to marry someone this whole time by all these suitors. And so he is just curious about him, and he goes to Sparta to learn about, meet people who served with his dad, and it's cool. It's a cool opening. And then technically at this point, Odysseus is on the island of the Lotus Eaters with Calypso, and he's trying to remember what happened to him. He's kind of trying to get out of the trance he's been in for the last 7 years. And that is the movie's excuse, basically. That's kind of the framing device to do flashbacks and then go back and kind of start from when they take off from the beaches. But it's these hazy memories of what they were doing and stuff. And he's a bit haunted by the things he did at Troy, so you will occasionally get cuts back to that. It's non-linear, but it was fairly easy to follow, at least for myself. Kat didn't have an issue with it either. She liked the way that it was edited. I thought it was cool, and it was an interesting way to present the story that I've never seen before. And I think some people are getting a little dramatic about the movie. There have been other adaptations of the Odyssey. There will be other adaptations in the future. I think that for being one director's take on it, I thought this was pretty cool. Score was also nice. It's a very loud movie, but it tends to be mostly the diegetic sound of what's actually going on in the scene. The score was I noticed it more in the scenes where it was subtle. Like when the most impactful scene to me, where I noticed it the most, was when they go to Hades. And it's this like droning, low, creepy synth that it's very kind of atmospheric and moody, and I thought that was cool. A lot of people were like, "Oh my god, it's Travis Scott is in the movie. He's like the bard who opens the film by telling the song of Odysseus. He starts singing the song of Odysseus." And I'm gonna be honest, I cannot recognize Travis Scott by face. People told me later on, and I was like, oh, that was him? Okay. Now, if it was Daigo Umehara. Yeah, I enjoyed the Odyssey quite a bit. It was 3 hours. I thought it went by pretty smoothly. I honestly wish it was a little longer and they included some more stuff. I thought the action was cool. Most of the performances were pretty good. A lot of people think Elliot Page is like a terrible actor. I think he's fine. I don't know. I thought he was fine. I think that he plays like a raspy corpse very well. Also, the mixing. People are always on Nolan about his sound mixing. I think it was better this time around. There was like one scene where John Leguizamo is getting a little whispery, but for the most part, I thought it was pretty good. I thought the movie was pretty. I could understand basically everything everyone was saying. All the performances were pretty good. Cool horror take on a lot of episodes of the Odyssey, and I enjoyed it a lot. I'm surprised we haven't done. I'm surprised the Odyssey hasn't been adapted before, or the Iliad or something. It feels like into a movie, like a big movie. It feels kind of like a no-brainer, but it could just be the sheer length. Which again, maybe again a mini series would be better, a better format for a story like this. Speaking of bringing back legends from the past, I record this on the eve of a terrible tragedy. I re-downloaded League of Legends because I am playing League Classic. I will be playing League Classic. I have not yet. Update literally just came out. Like, it just patched before I sat down to record. And I wanted to get my thoughts out on League Classic and everything that's come out about it before I actually play it. So, League Classic is this thing that got leaked. I talked about this last time. It got leaked. And then it was announced, it was confirmed, and there were many more we've learned basically everything about it in the time since. So a lot of people ask, hey, what's the deal with it? What is so special about quote unquote old League? And I saw these people saying all the hype for League Classic is dumb. It's just going to be the same League of Legends, but with old shitty models and an old map. Who gives a fuck? And it's not going to be balanced. And those people are wrong. They are wrong, and they don't know anything that they're talking about. They know nothing about what they're talking about. Either they didn't play the game back then, like before season, let's say 6, hard cutoff. Either they didn't play before season 6, or they did and they just don't understand the way that the game has changed over the years. I feel pretty confident in my assessment of what old League of Legends was like, because I wrote out all of these notes for what I was going to talk about and what the bullet points were and the big major design shifts that happened over the course of several years and several seasons. And then Freak, the lead designer on League Classic, who was like an old time, like one of the original Riot members, been at the company for forever. Like, his catchphrases are in flavor text in-game items. He's been around. He's such a core part of the game. Freak is the director of League Classic, head of the project. He did a video going over every single thing that they did, some of the technical specifications or some of the technical work, and also why they made each version of each like champion and why they went with that version. And also some overarching things about the big goals of League Classic and for what kind of a game they want it to be. And I watched that video, and everything he said about the way League has changed was literally just what I wrote down before that video came out. So I'm actually objectively right about all of this, and I will explain it to you now for perhaps the layman. So you can become a laid man by playing League of Legends. So, the biggest shift that League of Legends had over the course of its lifespan has been from, I think Freak put this in a very succinct way. Old League was a strategy game with action elements. New League, or honestly, like it's been most of the game's lifespan at this point, has shifted into an action game with some strategy elements. And at a certain point, I kind of looked around, and it was a gradual, slow change to the point that I sort of looked around and went, wait, my beautiful game has changed. What's happened to it? I used to fucking love League of Legends. For reference, I didn't even play like the super, super duper old original League. I started playing at the very beginning of season 4. It was right when Yasuo came out. So, but I still remember what the game was like. And I've done quite a bit of just like watching videos on the old game and paying attention to stuff and actually digging into how the game is designed. So I think I'm like relatively qualified to talk about this. Also, again, Freak backed up basically everything I'm about to say. So, specifically, the way that move happened was a couple different factors changed. So for one of the big things that League Classic is doing it's launching with 60 champions. Their hard cutoff point, according to them, is Yasuo, which was exactly where I said the cutoff point should be in my head when I found out about this. Everything up to not including Yasuo, because Yasuo was the first modern League of Legends champion. And he actually exemplifies a lot of these design paradigm shifts. I keep saying shift. So for one, taking all those champions off the game is just going to change the game inherently, right? It's going to change like the way matchups go, what you have to worry about. But also there are so many things like over the years, League got a lot of what they called, what the player base calls mobility creep. Mobility used to be kind of exclusive in League of Legends. Some characters had it, a lot of characters didn't. If you had it, it was a unique strength. Eventually, over time, as they started incorporating more action elements into the game, they realized, well, people like moving around and doing cool anime shit. So more and more champions have to be designed, they get designed with dashes and teleports and all these different like mobility options. That would have been overkill in the first 4, maybe even 5 years of the game. To the point where old champions literally just like cannot compete with new ones because the new ones are capable of so much more. This leads to a weird situation where a bunch of old champions start to get reworks to quote unquote modernize them. Does that mean make them better? No. It means to make them fit with the design ethos of a modern champion, having more mechanics, more utility, more mobility, so that they can just compete and be on the same level. So you get this weird situation where the old design is forced to warp around the new design. Taking all of that mobility shit off of the counter drastically changes the game. There is a much heavier emphasis then on positioning and decision making. In old League, whether or not you even took a fight was an important decision to make, because if you get caught out, if you don't have proper vision and you end up getting 2v1 because you went into you didn't have a lot of recourse. There wasn't a lot of like accelerant, get a reset on all my ability, hit 3 skills, get a reset on all my abilities, get a kill. I have 1,000 life steal and fucking cooldown reduction, and I reset all my abilities, and then I 1v2 and win, There wasn't nearly as much of that until you got like super duper ahead and you got a lot of items and you were really strong. With the focus on like micro mechanical execution with like mobility and a lot of skill shots, there suddenly becomes this X factor of what League players call skill, but I'll just call it like micro. So now, instead of like, should I take this fight or should I not? Am I strong enough to win this fight? And then within the fight, there's a little bit of mechanical execution of how I play the fight and position and move and maybe dodge things, play around cooldowns. Then it becomes all like the whole fight hangs on, can I just like out mechanics them, so to speak? Can I dash and dodge and hit my crazy fucking combo of abilities that gives me 10,000 true damage and resets all my moves and gives me a speed boost, so I can chase them down under tower and then not die and fucking flash over the wall? Which is a different game. It's just like a very different way to play the game. That's the other thing, is like over the years, they took out like most skill point and click abilities. They gradually made more and more and more characters skill shot reliant because there is quote unquote counterplay to that. Which kind of bothers me as like an idea, because it's like, okay, Old Scion has a point and click stun with a relatively small range. People look at that and they say, there's no counterplay. He just clicks on you and you get stunned. The counterplay is, don't fucking be there, dude. The counterplay is, play around his range. Play around his cooldowns. The counterplay is, don't engage him on his terms. If he's ambushing you, ward the goddamn map. Get in. This is an information game. Literally invest in items to get more information so that you know, like, when he's to communicate with the fucking ping if he's gone. But there's no counterplay to it, because when he's collapsed on you, all he has to do is put, like, there are so many potential ways that you could have prevented this situation beforehand. That kind of the old ethos is, well, you just kind of deal with it. It reminds me a lot of this moment from Sajam's stream, fighting game guy. Someone's asking him about Eno in Strive, or Guilty Gear, I guess, in general. And look, I have always been terrible. Most people are terrible at blocking Eno mix. She is a very tricky character to block. And someone basically does this, but then what do I do? But then what do I do? But then what do I do with this? And they're like, when Eno gets in my face, I don't know what to do. How do I stop her? And Sajam's response is, the game is designed in such a way that is impossible. The game is designed in such a way that you don't. You have to take risks or get lucky, or they have to fuck up. The actual answer is, don't let her get into that situation in the first place. The answer is, play neutral in such a way that prevents her from knocking you down. And that is kind of how old League of Legends expected you to play a lot of the time. At a certain point, they just kind of shrug and say, sorry, bud, you gotta just deal with it. Just deal with getting stunned. Scion's not even that good. He's a very cheesy, gimmicky character. I love old Scion. Second thing. So first of all, champion design shifted over time, and the way that you're expected to play the game shifted over time. Second thing, the pacing of the game. I swear to God, at some point they increased the amount of like gold you get per second. I swear to God. I couldn't find that documented anywhere, but I'm pretty sure that they did. In Old League and Classic League, you only got so much gold passively per second, and like everything gave less gold. Towers gave less gold. Minions gave less gold. The shutdown system worked completely differently. This is one of the controversial things that's actually a nothing burger, which is the quote-unquote bounty system being in Classic League. There was always a bounty/shutdown system from, I think, as early as Season 2 or 3. It just wasn't presented in the menu until later in the game's life. The actual difference is the way that bounties are calculated. See, at some point, I didn't even realize this. So bounties used to be, if you killed like 3 people without dying in a single quote-unquote life, you would be worth more gold if someone killed you. They would be shutting you down. Okay, so it's like a little bit of a catch-up mechanic kind of thing. I don't think most people are that upset by that. You get a reward for taking down someone who's on a roll. At some point, they changed it so that shutdown gold would accumulate based off of like sheer gold per second. Sorry. The champion, like that player's gold generation on average based like compared to the rest of the game. Like their team and the enemy team. So you could like be down in kills, but have a lot of CS minion kills. And like have a bounty on your head, and then someone kills you and gets a fucking extra bonus gold for it. Which I think is a stupid system. Like, to me, I think it is not hard to kill minions. It's not hard to kill minions and farm. It's really not. It's a skill that you got to work on. Like, last hitting is a skill. It's like a basic fundamental skill of the game. It's not that hard to get a hang of, but you do have to learn how to do it. That should be the main consistent way that you are generating gold, as opposed to kills, which are going to rely on you taking risks or making smart plays. I think that you should be rewarded with more gold. I think it makes sense to reward the player with like bigger spikes in gold from kills rather than just like going and fucking mashing your face on the keyboard and clearing out a whole wave. It's also something that you can fall back on. If your opponent kills you twice in lane, okay, well, I forget what the exact number is, but X number of minions, like 2.5 waves, I think, of minions are actually equivalent to 1 kill in the amount of gold you get. So if they are killing you more, but you have way more CS than them, you can actually be equal in gold and itemization, which is your power. Gold translates directly into power for the most part. At some point, so if you wanted to generate more, gold generation was across the board lower, but there were gold generation items if you wanted to build for that. They typically gave less of any other stat, but like gold, you get like an extra 5 gold per 10 seconds and like a little bit of health, but it's way less health than you would get from a dedicated health item. It's kind of like a hybrid thing. So you're sort of getting like half value stats, losing a little bit of power up front for the late game payoff of these gold generation items, or like, mid-late game, depending on when you buy them, so that you can, so that it can pay off. You have to work around it. Another big thing, resource management. So at some point, again, Riot realized that players didn't like having to manage resources or wait for their abilities to come off of cooldown. So again, gradually, over time, they basically just made mana costs not a thing. If you play a game of Modern League, play 100 games and tell me how many times you think to yourself, ooh, hang on, I'm out of mana. It happens all the time in Classic League. They upped a bunch of champions like inherent mana regen and attached mana regen to a bunch of items, especially mage items when they did the big mage rework. Mana conservation is like a genuine concern and a strategic thing that you can play around. Maybe a champion like Pantheon has really oppressive abilities that do a lot of damage early game. He's got great base values, but they cost a lot of mana and he doesn't have a lot of max mana at the start of the game. So he EQs you a few times and he's out of mana. And he actually can't do anything. And if you've been playing a little more conservatively, you can actually start to poke him. And he can't do much to retaliate against you. And the whole dynamic of the lane can shift. And it's like, uh-oh, he overextended. Burned out all his resources. That also creates a playstyle on the Pantheon player where they're rewarded for taking good aggressive fights early. Because they're kind of like a one-shot boom or bust kind of laning phase. Kill this guy, be super aggro now, or you're going to be kind of shit out of luck and they're going to out attrition you. You're going to have to go back to base, walk all the way back to lane, or burn your teleport to get back. And these are like interesting decisions that distinguish Pantheon from other top lane champions, like other champions that you could pick. And it is all tied into how much mana his shit costs. That's a cool dynamic, and it's a unique part of playing the character. Not a concern anymore. Everyone's got 1 billion mana. No one ever thinks about it. Also, over time, they introduced a lot more champions who just don't use mana as a resource at all. They don't have any resource whatsoever. They're only limited by cooldowns. And then they also realized people don't like waiting for their cooldowns, so they attached cooldown reduction to like everything in the fucking game. I remember back in like 2014, if you wanted a lot of CDR, cooldown reduction, you would have to go out of your way to build for it. Same thing with mana. You would have to like build mana items that might not give you as much like power stats, basically. It's a trade-off of attrition versus power. Same thing with cooldown reduction. You would have to build specifically for cooldown reduction. You could get to max CDR, in a couple items, but they were a little more limited. Your options were more limited. And then they just started like attaching 10% CDR to like everything. Now it's called ability haste, which it like scales differently. I don't exactly. It's been explained to me in the abstract. But it's basically the same thing. And it's on everything. It's on everything. I remember hopping back into the game. I played from like 2014 to like 2016. Took a break of a few years because I was busy with high school, and then during the pandemic, I got back into League because like it was my last semester, and I was like, fuck it, online the first semester of COVID. Oh, it was like a vacation, dude. Being a senior in high school during that shit was so epic. It's like I didn't have to deal with all the bullshit and all the like really bad stuff that happened with COVID schooling. I just got to chill out and basically take an early graduation. And I played a lot of League of Legends, and I would look around and be like, where did all this cooldown reduction come from? Why am I hitting 40% so fast, which is your maximum? Why am I hitting 40% CDR so fast? And it's just because it's on everything. It's on like items, it's on runes, it's on they don't have anything else now. They don't have masteries anymore. Which combined with the lack of need to manage resources, cooldowns are also another form of resource, but the lack of managing any resources means that the game in general got really spammy. There was just so much fucking damage happening all the time because you could just toss stuff out willy-nilly and really face no long-term consequences. If you're spamming an old League, you're going to go out of mana fast. You're going to go as they call it. You're going to run out fast. And then you've got no power left unless you're like an auto attack based champion. And even then you might need your abilities for stuff. And it's like a serious thing you have to worry about. If you burn an important cooldown, you might not have it for a little bit. That creates a strategic opportunity for the opponent to be like, hey, Teemo's Q is on cooldown. That's like a 12-second cooldown. At rank 2, which is where it should be at right now. Time to all in. He literally can't do anything. Fuck this rat. And like everyone complained about Teemo because Teemo is like a classic scrub killer. If you just let Teemo burn his Q, his blind, you can just all in him. And all he can do is run away. His other abilities are a fucking speed boost and like a poison over time on his auto like basic attacks. And then level 6, the mushrooms, which are not a super big deal. You just jump on his ass and kill him. You have to understand a little bit of this, a little strategy, a little matchup knowledge. And then it was then also necessary on the Teemo player to basically conserve their one important move. Like they all centered around his whole game plan centers around the fact that he can Q you and run away and then poison and, dot you down. So don't burn the Q, man. Like these are important strategic decisions that become a lot less relevant when everyone has like 40% CDR off of 1 or 2 items. Let's see, what else? Those were the big things, I think. I can't think of anything else that wasn't in my notes. Yeah. There's also just a lot of other kind of lame stuff that I think is a little doofy. Like turret plating. I thought that was a little silly. I took a crash course on like what League of Legends looks like nowadays, and it's like, okay, so Riot made some balance decisions that made it so people got really into taking mages bot lane because there's no consequence for just spamming abilities. People were taking mages bot lane and then like sending AD carries and supports top because Riot was like, we want to make top lane have more map-wide relevance, so we're going to add little, like, void grub things. I don't know exactly what they do, but I remember when they added the Rift Herald, and that guy was, like, their first attempt at giving top lane something to do that was, like, dragon, and give a reason for the jungler to hang out top side more. And I guess the Void Grubs were a little too effective because then suddenly people start playing AD carries and supports in the top lane, and Riot is like, oh, no. Actually, we don't want you to do that. So, if there are 2 people in front of the turret, so on the top lane turret, the top lane outer turret, if there are 2 enemies that are near the turret and it's before 15 minutes, the turret gets like double armor and magic resist. And it's like, wow. Game design. This is something Freak directly called out in his big, long explanation video about Classic as quote-unquote designery things where the hand of God is coming down and saying, no, you can't play the game like that. So as for how League Classic actually works, I was watching a ton of footage from the PBE, the beta server, the testing server that they've got. And the game plays totally differently. And it's funny because to be honest, a lot of champions have really good designs. A lot of champions that they designed years and years and years ago, like 10, 15 years ago, have gameplay kits that really hold up and are still fun and cool and don't really need a lot of changes. Have never needed a lot of changes. And yet, the game still plays so differently. I mean, you can just tell by watching it. Just because, like, you know, you're playing Karthus mid, and the streamer or whatever, the YouTuber that I was playing is like, oh my god, I'm out of mana. Hang on, I have to think about the game differently. I can only harass my opponent in lane so much because I want to use my Q, like, bombs to farm minions, so I have to make notable trade-offs. Fights are a little more protracted. It's a little less soupy, although League of Legends team fights have always been very soupy. But they last a little longer because there's less just like, oh my god, fucking hit 3 moves and do like 1 trillion damage and then get a reset, blah, 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 and then chase them down and get a huge move speed boost. There's less of that. And so certain like big game-changing ultimates, like Janna ult, are really key. They're really important now. Or getting a pick on someone before a team fight can completely shut it down. And it's really cool. To me, it's a really cool game of strategy with these exciting action elements and a couple characters who are, you know, maybe on the slower side, let's say more strategic, and a couple others who are more on the mechanical execution side for people who want to really practice and invest into that. It's got Ezreal, it's got Lee Sin, it's got these champions who are more skill shot based and they can do cool flashy plays. And that stuff is still fun in the old system, and it's impressive and cool, and it's a unique reason to play them. The biggest... So I should mention, League Classic is not a particular patch of the game. It is a remix, what they call best of kind of hits of League design from Season 4-ish to before. They started from a baseline of Season 3, and then they kind of picked and chose what are some cool old champion kits that got reworked, what are some cool items that used to be in the game, and, you know, this and that. And it's a mix and match. Some people were upset by that. I personally am not. I think that it's actually a really cool idea to take, because there's so many things that never existed at the same point in time. People are like, oh, OG Gangplank, you know? And I loved OG Gangplank. I loved Gangplank. Well, okay. Heart of Gold got removed in like pre-Season 3. So if you want it to be Season 3, you're not doing fucking Bankplank Gold Generation yar har har. You're not doing that build into like, doesn't it build on like Avarice Blade or something? You can't do that. There's cool old kits that never existed at the same time as one another. There's a version of Twisted Fate that literally only existed in the beta version of the game. He got a little bit of a rework when the game hit 1.0, and that's the version that's basically been on live for 15 years. But now you can play that old crazy version of TF where he has a global teleport on his E on like a 90-second cooldown. What a cool idea. And it's actually not quite as busted as I think a lot of people would assume. It just changes the way that the character is played. It opens up new playstyles for him, which is a super cool thing to see. TF is he's always been like just a mid lane carry, and he's always been a cool character, but he's also always been a carry. And suddenly it's like, oh, people are playing him as a roaming support because he has a really good stun with the gold card. And he has this global teleport, and you can help down bot lane and then have a completely untelegraphed teleport to mid lane or something and like gank mid lane and like do cool stuff like that. And wow, that's a totally new playstyle for the character. Stun bot teleporting roaming TF support. Like that's such a cool new thing that was never possible before. Tons of like cool old item builds are possible again. I was a big League like theory crafter back in the day. I would play a bunch of off meta stuff because I always hated playing ranked because ranked League sucks. And so because I played so much of the game and I didn't have a ranked grind to focus on, and I honestly found a lot of the ranked grind very boring because I had to play like Annie or something, I ended up just experimenting with tons of... I'd be like, Twitch has like a 30% AP ratio on his E. Let's play AP Twitch top lane. It was probably more than 30. It was probably like 60. Which is, again, not the highest, but let's try it out. And then it would not work out. But sometimes it would. I discovered top lane lethality Nocturne like 6 months before that shit became meta. Because I was like, why don't I play Nocturne in a role other than jungle? Why don't I play him top? And then I found out, wow, he's actually like a really, really good duelist. He has an incredible level 2 dueling potential, and he beats like almost everyone in lane. And they never expect it because no one's played against Nocturne top lane before as a solo laner. And then I was messing around with item builds. I think I started with like a crit build, and then I was like, hey, there's these new lethality items that are like flat armor penetration. I have such a strong early game. Why don't I buy some of those new lethality items and like do that even better? Like, and yeah, it was crazy. It was super strong, and he scaled really hard into the mid and late game. And then like 6 months later, that became like a actual meta thing. And I was like, oh, okay. See, I'm right. As usual. I was playing Mundo before he was cool. I love Mundo. I'm so fucking psyched to play Mundo as soon as I get off recording this podcast. The biggest issue that I think most people have had with League Classic is the cosmetics. They had this bizarre approach when it first dropped on the PBE, where a lot of these champions have had model updates and complete visual reworks. And for some reason, despite the fact that they brought back all the old models, the default when it first dropped was like the new models, but like jerry-rigged to like fit the old kits. So like Scion, for instance, zombie guy, big hulking zombie juggernaut guy with an axe. The old Scion had this point and click stun that looked like this little fuzzball, like magical fuzzball that would shoot out of him and hit the opponent. New Scion got turned into like this much bigger, more hulking colossus of a zombie man. And he did not have the point and click stun. They reworked him to have like a big axe chop, like an axe slam attack, and they kept his shield move from the old Scion. And they gave him a move where he like does this shout that kind of creates this like projectile shout that like pushes things back if it hits them. Kind of like a fireball looking thing, like particle. And I was like, how are they going to do old Scion kit with the new Scion model and animations and stuff? Like, he literally doesn't have some of those things. And I look at the video, like one of the first videos that dropped after it hit the PBE. And Scion has been shrunk to like half his size. And when he does his Q, it's the projectile from his shout. It's the fireball thing repurposed into being like the old Scion stun. And I was like, this is some hacked together bullshit. This is some nonsense. It looks like a mod. It looks like an impressive mod, but a mod nonetheless. It literally reminded me of like the early Marvel 3 custom characters, where like Cyclops would use Sea Viper's laser eye animation, so he would have these really sassy hips whenever he used his optic blast. It reminded me of that, and that's awesome for like a fan project. But from like the big 10-cent company Riot, it's like I expect come on, man. I genuinely think that this was. I have no idea why they did this. They basically, well, I do know why. It was to paywall the classic quote-unquote skins, which are the old models, behind like microtransactions, and that felt like shit. And people fucking hated that. And within like 4 days, they basically reversed the decision and made the classic skin the default. Like, yes, why was that not just the thing from the start? They made it the default, which I think was a great move, but it is just terribly, terribly Riot. They bring something out, they fuck it up, they're scummy with it for no reason, and then they walk it back. And you can only play the game for so long and be in the community for so long before that basically totally erodes your trust in the company, and you're just asking, how are they going to fuck it up this time? So, of course, because of course they did. There's a couple other visual changes, such as like the turrets have really big life bars. League of Legends brings out some really interesting people. That's the nicest adjective that I can use. I saw people, I was like, oh, there's a League Classic subreddit. I wonder what people are saying. Someone posted just an image of like the big life bars, and they went, what the fuck is this shit, Riot? And that was just what they were mad about, was the big life bars, and not the little skinny ones from old League, which like, okay, this is clearly a readability thing. And in the comments, there were multiple people agreeing that this was a signal that Riot wanted League Classic to fail on purpose so that they could say, I told you so. Again, just some real interesting people that this game attracts. Now it's mostly just the hullabaloo is about, the controversy is on modern skins being in League Classic at all. A lot of people find it very visually jarring. I'll admit, I also found it very jarring. And also not all of the classic skins. So not all champions have classic skins because not all of them have had total like visual overhauls. Some of them, it's a little inconsistent. Like, okay, Master Yi had an old janky triangular ass model with Dorito feet and a weird walk cycle. He got like a visual overhaul at some point to make him look smoother and, cooler and stuff. He has a classic skin that makes him that gives him that old Dorito fucking model. Sona got a model, like, I would say a touch-up at some point. Not quite as dramatic as Yi, but definitely a touch-up. Does not get a classic skin. So it's a little inconsistent with how they're doing it or where they cut the line off for what champion visual updates are enough to warrant having a classic skin. So I also find that having like the modern models is very strange, and I am at the end of the day, I'm there for the gameplay, but visually it is a little disorienting. I actually got used to it while I was watching the footage, and it didn't bother me after a while, but I would definitely it was the right move to make the classic skins the default, and I would have preferred that in the first place if you'd asked me. On the modern skins, it's a little weird because, okay, so first of all, there's a financial incentive. Riot makes their money by selling skins. If you have this entire game mode where there is like a cutoff point for no skins past this point, that's a bit of a problem for a game that's unlike a WoW classic where there's a subscription that you're paying. So I get it. They still want to sell skins that are playable in every League of Legends mode, because this is basically an alternate game mode for League. I also kind of get it because you have to ask what would be the cutoff, because even by Season 4, there were some very nice looking, like quote unquote modern looking skins that were coming out. There were some nice looking skins that were coming out and some nice looking champion models, and it all kind of happened in pieces. You know, as Riot expanded, they put out a lot of champions. They also hired a lot of people. So the range of like visual quality just spans the whole gamut across those first 3 years. So what's the cutoff point? I don't know. There's also like, I think that they could do like classic exclusive skins that are closer to like recolors or texture recolors / like more elaborate texture overhauls. Like Annie has, I think, like a prom queen skin that just takes her default model and you know how like in Guilty Gear or some other anime fighting games, they'll have like, I remember Bridget has a couple different alt colors where, so I think like usually she's just wearing socks, right? Like regular length socks, but she has a couple colors where they just color her legs black to make it look like she's wearing tights. And the similar kind of, a similar kind of technique is what they did for some of the older skins, where instead of just being straight recolors, it was like a texture change that made the champion look noticeably different, have a very different aesthetic. I think that could be cool. I think having more recolors would be a good thing in the first place. That's how they're categorizing the old skins. The League term for recolors is chromas. This is already a thing that they sell. You can get like red Lucian. And I actually don't mind the chromas at all as they're implemented in regular League. I think it's kind of smart to have them have the old, like, skins on the old models use the chroma like subset, because chroma is basically just your like a sub skin, essentially. That's how it's coded in the interface. So I think that's smart to make the classic skin, the other classic skins for the classic models, just be chromas and use that system in the game. What I don't like is that they're selling skins that I bought 10 years ago back to me. Case in point, I have owned the Toxic Mundo skin since like 2016 or something. It's just Mundo, but it makes him green instead of purple. And when I bought it, that was before, Mundo got his visual overhaul and like very, very slight rework. I think it's hilarious how much of him was unchanged. Perfect character designs. I've owned that skin for 10 years, and then a few years ago, they reworked Mundo visually. They gave him a whole visual overhaul, and whenever they do that for a champion, they also redo all of their, all of the like old recolor skins that used that old model, they would redo. Or I think just all their skins in general. All of their skins they would redo because they have like a new animation rig as well. So Toxic Mundo went from just being Mundo but green to like, they gave him like an actual new kind of design. I don't think any animation changes, but it's a model change as opposed to just like a color swap. So now, if I were to log in to League Classic, which I will be in like an hour or two, I would pick Mundo, and if I click on Toxic Dr. Mundo, I would be playing the new model reworked to have the old kit. And if I wanted to play the version of the skin that I bought in 2016, I would need to buy it again as a chroma in the classic store. And I just think that that's kind of stupid. I just think it's kind of dumb. Like, okay, new skins that people want, like skins that people haven't owned before. Sure. Yeah, that makes sense. You never bought that. You never owned it in the first place. But like, at least let me play with the fucking chroma of the thing I bought. Let me use the thing that I bought 10 years ago. I bought something 10 years ago. You changed it. And now you're selling it back to me. And like, you understand this is a frustrating experience as a consumer. Digital ownership and stuff like that. That's my biggest gripe. Dude, I was looking back through... I downloaded the client last night, and I was looking through it, and I forgot how many skins I own for League of Legends. I forgot how many I own. That's my biggest problem with it. It feels kind of scummy. But, in general, I'm very excited for League Classic. I am very reassured by the direction of that the team is taking the game, or that they've stated they want to take the game in to conserve that philosophy. And they, like, Freak in that video, he put his foot down and he said, we will try our hardest to prevent League Classic from moving in a quote-unquote action game direction. I like that communication. Will they follow through? I have no idea. But I like the communication so far, and I like the idea. If they betray my trust again, it's a different story. Also, they are implementing a old school RuneScape style voting system. So there will be this kind of like council, and that is based off of a level of participation in the game based off of the goddamn battle pass. I find this really stupid. So it has a Marvel Rivals style battle pass, which I never liked the Rivals battle pass. I always found it very unintuitive and weird. Please just give me a progression track if you're going to do this. But no, it's one of those where you play games, you earn a like pass currency, and then there are different like tiers on the pass, and you have to spend currency on specific rewards that you get. And there are like exclusive rewards and like base level rewards, depending on if you pay for the pass or whatever. And I'm not shitting you. Some of the rewards on the battle pass are literally called voting power. And at least one of them, I don't know if they changed it, at least one of them on the PBE was fucking exclusive. It was literally buy your vote. Buy your voting power. Like, you will get more weight to your vote. Like, it's really stupid. Really, really silly. Now, we don't know exactly what we will be voting on, what the vote will be for in the future. It could be what order do you want certain champions to be released in, because they're going to be adding to the game. Again, up to Yasuo. I think there's like maybe 30, 40 more champions that aren't in yet, including a lot of fan favorites. Oh my god, I can't wait to play old Mordekaiser again. Fuck. So it could be like order of release. I am the most curious as to whether they go down an old school RuneScape path, where that game started out as, this is a time capsule of old RuneScape. And all of the updates were basically just re-implementing things like minor things, or re-implementing things from the old game of like, where do you want us to go next? What's your biggest priorities for getting back into the game? Or maybe adding back things that were taken out. And then over time, as the dust settled, and the game calcified a little bit, the voting gradually turned towards actually new content that was in the spirit of the old design. So instead of changing direction, just following that arc, for extending it out. And I think I would actually be interested in that, just because there is some cool stuff that I think you could do with, like, the first place my mind goes to is cancel champions. There are quite a few champions who had, like, character models and stuff, and, like, these are old champions and their files are still somewhere in the game, and they just never made it past testing because they didn't work out for one reason or another. And I think that those could be cool to, like, revisit. I think that would be a neat thing to revisit. And maybe see if you can get, like, the Water Wizard to work, or the Plant King, or the fucking Voodoo Doctor guy. That was a bit of a weird design. Skins based on, like, really, like, old beta versions of champions. Like, for instance, Dr. Mundo had a super weird, much more doctor-y design. He had, like, weird dinosaur feet, but, like, he was a doctor, and he had, like, big scissors. That has a whole model that never made it out of the beta version of the game. And, like, way, way back, 2009. 2009, maybe, like, early 2010. I think that would be a sick classic exclusive skin and things like that. New things like recolors, or new texture updates, things like more like texture overhaul type skins, like I was saying. That's the kind of new content that I think would be cool. But for the most part, it's like, if you don't fix it if it's not broken, kind of thing, which is a problem that I've had with League of Legends, that it is seen as this by the devs as this perpetually broken game that needs constant fixing and constant change for change's sake, which is a literally stated goal. They change for quote-unquote variety all the time. And that, I think, has led to this sort of design drift over the years that I'm not a fan of. Oh, I touched on this a second ago. I guess I'll wrap up with this. Yasuo is the reason Yasuo is the hard cutoff is that he is the first modern League of Legends champion. He has no resource. He doesn't have mana or energy or anything. His secondary bar is this, like, flow thing that he builds up by moving, and then if he gets hit, he gets a shield. He has two different passives where he gets, like, extra cooldown reduction and critical chance. Of course, he gets CDR. He has, like, an infinite low cooldown dash that's literally, like, under a second. The catch is that you have to dash through a target. So you need, like, an enemy, and it has you can't dash through the same target more than, like, once every 10 seconds or something. But it's so, like, whoosh, 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 whoosh. He was the first, like, super mobile, super flashy, high execution, no resource, low cooldowns champion that they ever released. And Yasuo, like, literally completely changed the game. He completely changed the way the champions were designed. And he's the beginning of the move. He's the beginning of this whole, the kind of slow frog boil, if you will. So, I'm excited for League Classic. I feel assured by the statements of the developers, and I hope it works out. I'll find out soon. Okay, and I got two other things to talk about. I'll try to keep it a little fast, because I've been going for 3.5 hours. So, I started Skyrim. Actually, funny enough, so Skyrim is one of the most important games of the last, 20 years, 20 plus years. Oh, God. Right? Hang on. No, it hasn't been that. It's 15 years. It's 15 years. Hey, I'm bad at math. I remember when it came out, and it was such a huge deal. Skyrim has been this cultural touchstone for over a decade, and probably will continue to be. And I've never played it. I just never got around to it. And I've owned it for a while on Steam. I've been meaning to play it. And funny enough, what actually got me to play it, I've mentioned that I do playtesting things every so often, which involve like responding to surveys that are sent out by local, semi-local companies. Some of them are online. And very often they'll ask like what games you have experience with. And for whatever reason, Skyrim's always on the list. They always want to know if you've played Skyrim. And I always have to check no. You know, I always have to leave it unchecked. And I was like, I should just play Skyrim. I should just, like, have an opinion on it. I should just see what I think. So, I booted it up and played a bit of it and came to the horrifying realization that I actually really dislike the game. Which I thought, I was ready to get up here and say, like, I'm sorry, I have this insane contrarian opinion. I don't like Skyrim. And then I found out that actually a lot of the complaints that I have existed when the game came out and are somewhat, like, well known. The criticisms of Skyrim are kind of pretty well known, actually. I just never knew that because the sheer number of people who have played it and the effusive praise and cultural presence it's had over the last decade and a half kind of just made me assume that everyone loved this game. This was some universally beloved game. And I was like, oh no, am I going to be a freak? Am I going to be the one who, you know, stands up in the Norman Rockwell painting? But no. So I should explain my problems with Skyrim. And I'll actually start in kind of a weird place. Every fucking menu in this game sucks. Skyrim has the most shockingly bad menus I've ever seen in such a high budget game. I couldn't even figure out, I had to look up online how to quit the game. It is hidden from you. In the main options menu, when you hit escape, you have the sidebar with like resume, settings, some other stuff. And quit is underneath. It's at the bottom, but they don't show you all of the things on the sidebar. You have to scroll down to it. And there's no arrow to show you that there's something down there. There's no... this is massive vertical space. They just don't use it for some reason. There's a hidden, like, cutoff zone. Like, what the... was this designed to be played on a wristwatch? Why aren't we using the vertical space we have? So that pissed me off. In-game graphical settings are really bad. I am used to games from this time kind of like requiring the PC port to use like a launcher exe to change the settings to actually launch on the right resolution and stuff. I'm kind of used to that. But it does annoy me, and it's kind of crazy how... I don't know if, like, the most recent Anniversary Edition has changed that. I'm playing the Special Edition, I think. That still has the external options thing. And it also doesn't launch if you play it through, like, a mod loader. Which I have to because it's a Bethesda game. I need to play it with stability mods. What else? The interface. So, like, the inventory is really bad. There's no way to sort items. There is, like, an automatic sorting, but there's no way to sort within a category, like apparel or weapons. It's all just, like, jammed in there with no... just completely haphazard. I don't know if it's alphabetical. I don't even know how it's sorted by default, because it's not, like, most recent, I don't think. I lose stuff all the time in my inventory. I hate the way that the health bars all drain to the middle. That's super, like, deceptive and weird, and I don't know why it does that. Because it makes everyone... it means that everyone has, like, half the health that the health bar looks like. If that makes sense? It's very, I hate the way that it communicates information. God, what else? Like the inventory, the HUD, the favorites, having the favorites menu to make up for the fact that as like a solution to how much like stuff you can have, different stuff you can have equipped, feels like super janky and like inelegant. I generally just don't like interacting with the game's interfaces at all. And then we get onto the game itself. I like a lot of different games for a lot of different reasons. And I like a lot of RPGs for a lot of different reasons. My two favorite RPGs are Wizardry 8 and Final Fantasy 6. Those are very different games. One of them I love for the gameplay. One of them I love for its narrative. Take a guess which one is which. Not to say that the other is like terrible in the other regard, but I have a pretty open mind when it comes to what can be appealing to me about an RPG. And Skyrim just has like nothing. Like I realized immediately that the writing in this game was really mediocre. It is like serviceable at best and like terrible at worst. It was like, I was just groaning at how like quote unquote invisible tutorial the dialogue is at the start of the game. Whoa, hey there, you look like you could learn how to do blacksmithing. Could use some help at the forge. Why don't you take his axe off of him by, maybe pressing E or something over his body? I find stuff like that's just give me a pop-up, man. I don't need it to be faux cinematic. It honestly takes me out of the experience because I understand. And again, this might be a me thing. I understand that you're tutorializing me right now. Let's just, instead of having like kind of hackney dialogue to like awkward dialogue to tell me to do stuff, you just give me a pop-up and make the dialogue better. Skyrim's story is not compelling in the least. I don't think that the story is compelling. I don't think that the world is compelling at all. And that really comes down to the fact that there are 0 interesting characters to be found. Maybe later on. Maybe later on there's a real knockout character. But, like, okay. The setup is... It's so weird. How, like, you get, like, whiplash from the progression of the plot. You go from being, like, a criminal on the chopping block to walking 10 feet to get to the Jarl's town, which is, like, 20 buildings. Like, this is supposed to be a big city. And then he just immediately is like, oh, yeah, I trust you and everything you say. And then you go fight a dragon. And then I didn't even kill the dragon. I let the other NPCs do it because I was playing like a spellcaster and I didn't have enough mana to actually deal damage to the dragon. Like for long enough that it wouldn't just roast me. So I just like hung back in the tower and let the NPCs fight the dragon. And afterwards I was staring at the NPC who I watched deal the killing blow, and he goes, I can't believe you killed that dragon. That's so, you're so crazy. Can I suck your dick right now? And then you go to the Jarl, and they're like, you're a Dragonborn. You're like awesome. You're the coolest, most epic chosen one guy ever. And the Jarl instantly is like, here's the deed to my house. Here's this family heirloom I have. You now have the highest title I can bestow on anyone in the land, guy I met 3 minutes ago. And I was like, nothing in this game means anything. Nothing in this game means everything. Everything is here basically to serve me as like a power fantasy thing. Everything is just here to serve me. And I just found that super lame. There are 3 characters in Skyrim. The first one is the enemy who charges at you and goes, "Rah!" The second one is the usually neutral quest-giving NPC who you walk up to and they go, "We have fucking wolves! Go kill the wolves!" And then you kill the wolves and they're like, "You're so fucking awesome, can I suck your dick?" And then the third one is the person who goes, "You're so fucking awesome, Dragonborn, you're so special, can I suck your dick?" And this is like the whole game that I played. I played like 6 hours and like nothing, not a single compelling thing happened. So here's the moment where you say, "Oh, but Tygan, that's not really what Skyrim's about." Skyrim isn't really about going on an epic quest. It's about living in the world and exploring it and making your own fun. And here's my second problem with the game, which is that playing the game is not very fun. So first of all, I think you could more charitably describe Skyrim as an open world fantasy sandbox. That being said, I have never clicked with the sandbox genre. Like, I don't like Minecraft. I'm really not a make your own fun kind of guy. I need a little bit of external motivation or a reason for me to get invested in this or any reason for me to play this besides any other game that I could be playing. That presents me with like, stuff that has worth. That's a little mean, but like stuff that someone put time and thought and design into rather than like, here's a bunch of shit. Figure it out on your own. And some people like that. I can't get into that. I need like something. I need a little push. I need I need to feel like a bit of a pull to the world. I need some kind of motivation to want to explore in the first place. And Skyrim, basically, because it is so pallid in its characters and it's the way that its story is even told, I don't care about the setting of Skyrim. I don't care about the Civil War thing. It's two fucking boring groups of guys in a civil war over some bullshit I don't care about, that I have no investment in. In a story that isn't told in an interesting way. And everything besides that is like, you can go explore and do bad combat because Skyrim's combat is not very good. It... Whoa. I like choked on my own spit. Skyrim's combat is not very good. It is like... I can't believe that they start you out with a melee weapon because the melee combat is so insanely floaty. It's like I don't even know what's happening. It's just like random bullshit happens on the screen. I click the mouse a lot. Someone falls over. I guess I did it. Switching over to a magic build, it's just you walk up to someone, you go ah, and you blow magic on them, and then they die. And I'm like, I guess I did it. It was very uninteresting. It wasn't very compelling. So like, yeah, I really don't feel motivated to go out and explore the world when the doing of things, like, okay, whenever I hear people talk about what they like about Skyrim and the experiences that make them love the game, they just kind of describe things that happened. But like, it's just the things that happened, if that makes sense. It wasn't like doing them was fun. Like, the doing of things in Skyrim is not fun to me. The combat isn't fun. It's not fun to talk to NPCs. You can get, gear and stuff. You could scavenge it and stuff so that you can do more bad combat, I guess. And just like, I just remember like walking into the first town and feeling like I was fighting this apathy I was fighting this feeling of I just don't give a shit about anything that's going on in the setting. Like, I'm not invested at all. And I wasn't expecting that. I really wasn't expecting that. I was kind of excited to play this game. And I played for a few hours. I shut it off because I was like, ugh, I'm just not feeling it. And then I go and I do a bunch of research on what people like about the game because I feel like I'm going crazy. I'm like, this is clearly hitting something that is so far outside of my taste that I don't even know how to talk about it. And I need to understand what people like about it. And I watched a bunch of videos. And I came to some conclusions. Now, there are many reasons that people, I think, like Skyrim. Some of them are going to make me sound very pretentious, and some of them probably not. I'll start off with the non-pretentious ones. So a lot of people just enjoy, like, simulator games. And I think that's totally fair. It's just not something I can get into. For many people, simply being in a fantasy world is enough for them, and they really don't need any further reason to be invested in it. It you could say it's kind of a novelty. Also, one that, to be fair, has such a grand size and so many things in it, makes it feel like you could just wander and get a lot of very surface level, simple content to do. And it's got kind of a junk food, soul food quality for a lot of people. So that kind of, some people are just happy to be like, I'm going to run around and try to pickpocket every character in the city. And that to them is enough to like justify the game. And that's not enough for me. I need a little something more. So I kind of get that. Some other reasons, which might be a little bit in bad faith. I think that for a lot of people, Skyrim was their first exposure to an RPG, perhaps like fantasy games in general. And that was a really formative experience for them. Skyrim is kind of, I hope this isn't very controversial, but Skyrim's a pretty normie game. There is a video by the YouTuber Rasputin, who is probably best known for his what gaming is like for a non-gamer videos, which are really fun. I think I would recommend those a lot. And he has a video called Why Skyrim? And it's kind of like him doing what I am trying to do, which is figure out why he has always had a disconnect with Skyrim and why he could never get into it and what other people like about it. And he relates this anecdote where he says about meeting people who are more on the quote normie side of, stuff. Which again, everyone's a normie for most things. But in terms of like gaming normies, meeting these people and the topic of what's your favorite game comes up. And they would often say some combination of, my favorite games are Call of Duty, FIFA, and Skyrim. And to him, this was kind of puzzling. But when I heard that in his video, I threw my hands up and I went, oh no, I get it now. Oh no, this is going to make me sound like such an asshole. Oh no. Skyrim is the Mortal Kombat of RPGs. Fuck. Oh, I sound like such an asshole. It is an RPG that hits really hard if you haven't really played any other RPGs before. If it's your first exposure to the genre, it's like magical. I'm sure it's magical. The scope, the atmosphere, the concepts. But then, like, you play some other shit I was talking to my friend yesterday about this, who is a huge Skyrim fan. And she's like, I can admit, if I played more RPGs, I am sure they would be better than Skyrim in like basically every metric. But I love Skyrim. And she knows this because she's also played Fallout New Vegas because she's trans. And, like, New Vegas, again, I hate to be that guy. This whole podcast is turning into me being that guy. But, yeah, I can't think of a single thing that Skyrim does that New Vegas doesn't beat. Besides maybe the sheer scale. Like, the writing is way better. The quests are way more interesting. I think the combat is more fun. The level... Oh my god, the fucking Skyrim skill menu? That might be the worst one. Oh, with the fucking constellations? Who came up with that shit? It's a cool idea on paper. It's just like, why? Why the fuck do I... Why is it control like this? Oh my god. Oh, what a terrible menu. Oh my god. What a terrible interface. Oh, I'm not even going to start. Leveling system, yeah, better. How was I saying? Yeah, I the only thing Skyrim really has it beat out in is, I guess, you know, if you're more into the aesthetic, that's one thing. And the sheer size and scale is a draw for people. Although I think New Vegas is plenty big myself, and you can find way more interesting stories by exploring the New Vegas wasteland. Dude, I remember that fucking quest from New Vegas where you find that like cult of ghouls, and they're obsessed with going to space, and you're helping them go to space, but it's actually like a rocket ship that's gonna like blow them all up. And what a memorable quest line. Like it's tragic, and it's beautiful, and it's memorable, and you have this weird feeling that you're left with afterwards. And I just found that by like wandering around in the first couple hours of the game. Nothing even close to that happened in Skyrim. It's just like, we have fucking wolves the whole time. Skyrim has a lot of detail. That's another thing I'll give it. It has a lot of detail. You will often just be walking from point A to point B, and you will find a little camp, and the camp like tells a little story. There were people here, maybe they left in a hurry, maybe they were eaten, maybe, you know, there's like a giant camp and you could find little skulls around, and okay, cool, like there's books that you could find and notes. And that stuff's, there's a nice level of detail in the world. To me, it's not really supported by enough to be interesting. So I feel like I kind of got a better idea of what people liked about the game, and I thought, let me just try another sitting. Because I've heard that, like, the steps up to the big temple of the Greybeards, I forget what it's called, people were like, it's unforgettable. That was unforgettable sequence, like, magical, life-changing sequence. And I was like, okay, well, shit, I'll check it out. And then it's like, yeah, you know, you walk up a mountain and you walk up steps, and like the effect with the wind is cool, and the sky, and there's a big moon, and that's kind of it. And I was like, what? Really? My whole experience of Skyrim was, this is the game that you guys have been going crazy? Like, it just doesn't connect with me in any way. I could not bring myself to care about anything that was happening, anything that I was doing. Nothing that I did felt like meaningful. Nothing felt meaningful. No one I met was interesting, or like my relationship with nothing changed. Nothing. I just went around and did like power fantasy shit. I was fairly low level, and I just was like, why should I care? Why should I care about anything that's happening? And it was very disappointing, and it left a really big, kind of like a really sour taste in my mouth. And I was sitting around and I was thinking like, man, it kind of sucks. I feel like I've had this legend of Skyrim built up in my mind. And I go into games with like as little expectations as possible, right? I expect to be surprised. So it wasn't like, oh, this game's going to change my life. This could be so. It was like, let's check out Skyrim. Let's see what it is. And this is just kind of my natural reaction to it. And even then, it was disappointing. I'm like, man, this game is like bad. I think genuinely kind of bad in a lot of ways that are shocking. It has like, the gameplay kind of sucks. I don't like how it feels to control. There's no fucking FOV slider. Are you kidding me? That's crazy. There's no FOV slider. That was one of my first, like, big, like, dog, come on. That was one of the first bad feet I got off with. What? Anyway. It doesn't feel good to control. The writing's bad. The combat is bad. The exploration is fine. There's just a lot of walking. Anytime I see footage of Skyrim, it's just people fucking walking places. And it's like, okay, I get the journey and all that, but like, I don't know. I feel like there's better journeys I could go on. Some journeys suck, actually. I just watched the Odyssey. Not all journeys are like, yeah, I'd do that again. Is the Odyssey Type 2 fun? And I'm thinking like, I wonder if Oblivion is like this. Because guess what I also own? Oblivion Game of the Year Edition on Steam. So I popped it in, and I played for a few hours. And I also, again, I hate to say it, I have become an Oblivion is better guy. Yeah, I think Oblivion, with just like the first, how many hours do I have in it? How many? 3 hours. Holy shit. In 3 hours, I have been so much more interested in everything that's going on in Oblivion. I think it is actually significantly better written. And people will be like, oh, whoa, lol, Oblivion writing. Oblivion presents me with such a more interesting setup and like understanding of who my character is in the world and motivation for doing anything that like I want to see where this plot, like, okay, maybe like the dialogue is goofy and the voice acting is a little wonky, but the storytelling in Oblivion is like, the quest storytelling is great so far. The whole setup is that you are like a prisoner in the middle, like the heart of the Empire. And the Emperor, these are dark days for the Empire. The Emperor's 3 sons have been assassinated, and he's trying to escape the castle. You happen to be in the prison of the city, which has this secret passageway, and by like some clerical error, like a twist of fate, you have you are in this cell with a hidden passage that he has to go through, and he sees you, and he says, "I've seen you in my dreams. I think you're important in some way." What I also like is it doesn't, at least at this point, doesn't feel like a kind of bland chosen one, everyone wants to suck you off storyline. You're like important to the plot, but it's because of stuff that you have to do. You're more of the you're more of the Sam. You're more of the Samwise Gamgee than you are the Frodo. And I think that's cool. You follow him and his guards down through the sewers. He gets assassinated as fate has foretold, but he gives you this amulet, and only the true heir to the throne can wear the amulet. So now you got to go find this guy, who is like you find out is actually his bastard son later. Okay, this is kind of, I haven't met the guy yet, but this is kind of an interesting plot. Like the Emperor guy has this sort of weird vibe to him. Like he's having these visions, and it feels like something kind of greater is happening. It's nothing revolutionary, but it just feels like the bare minimum. It just feels like the bare minimum of an interesting fantasy plot. Like, okay, sure. Now I'll get let out into the world, and I'm kind of interested to explore. Suddenly, I'm kind of interested in what I'm doing, and I have a direction, and let's go. So I actually turned right back around and went back into the city. Thankfully, you're not like a wanted criminal, so you can just walk around. And I was just walking around, and like I was just thinking, man, like all the Skyrim cities, they're like 10 buildings. And they just feel so small and weird. And you walk into like the main city, the capital city, and it's like big. It's multiple loading zones. It's these huge buildings. It feels like people could live here. It feels like there's enough space for people to live here. And there's all these different sections to the city. There's like the market, and then there's like gardens. There's the temple area. I go to the shipyard, and there's these cool like docks. And I'm walking around looking at the ships, and there's this ship that looks like it's got like more of a house built onto it or something. So I go inside, and it's an inn. It's a tavern and an inn on a boat, which is a super cool concept. And there's like these two characters who run it. There's like an orc who's super gruff, and I think he's like more of the bartender, or he owns it. He's something like that. And he doesn't like you. He doesn't want to talk to you. He doesn't want to make small talk. And then there's the elf, who's a little more like, he's a nicer, friendlier kind of, he's the guy you actually talk to for customer, for being a customer. And all the other inns in the city cost like 50 gold, and you don't have a lot of gold at this point. So I was like, and they only cost 10. And I was like, oh, hell yeah, cool. This is cool. I'll just like spend a night and just, my whole plan was just spend the night and sleep in a bed for the first time in game. So I do so. And when you wake up, you get a little like pop-up about, you get pop-ups with your inner thoughts and what your understanding is. And it's like, uh-oh, the ship has taken off. Well, overnight. You better go talk to the captain. And then you leave your room and you discover that the ship has actually been boarded by brigands. They're like thieves, and they've taken control of the ship, and they're looking for some kind of a treasure. So you got to like fight your way through the ship and learn little details about their plot and where their hideout is. You kind of convince one of the guys that the other ones betrayed him, so he gives you a bunch of information, and then he tries to kill you, and you kill him. You find their leader, and you can fight her, but it's kind of a pain in the ass because she has a sword that saps your stamina, which is really annoying to fight. And but if you pick the right dialogue options, without even having to pass any skill checks, you can convince her to basically turn herself in because she's so afraid of you. She gets like intimidated, and she turns herself in. And I think you get like her sword, and it's like this cool like power boost sword. And then once you've made it back to the docks, once you've made it back to land, the elf guy gives you like 70. He gives you like a nice compensation, like way more than you paid for the night. And then I'm walking around the docks after leaving the thing, and the orc guy who previously wanted nothing to do with me is like, "Hey, that's my man. You're welcome anytime." And I was like, "Oh, cool. What a cool little quest." I just stumbled into that by complete accident, just by being curious. This entire story that I got to participate in, where there was a little character arc, there's like this whole, you get the whole relationship about all these 4 like pirate characters. You learn about and I bet if you go to that town, there will be some kind of a hideout or something. Like, I bet that there's gonna be something like that there. And you do a little combat, it takes place in a cool little location. You get a reward for it, and then there's a meaningful change to a character by the end. Like a character went from disliking you to liking you. Just like a simple, cool little quest. And within 3 hours, that was more interesting than like being told I'm the chosen one within the first 10 minutes of Skyrim. Like that was leagues more interesting. And it's just a storytelling thing. This isn't like the Oscar-winning Schindler's List screenplay, right? It's like fun stories. And now I'm like, oh, if I explore around, I might find more cool little stories like that. And hey, guess what? The world is still super interactive. You can still pickpocket everyone. there's not as much like physics stuff, I guess. Where you get the real jank in Skyrim. But everything, I just have been like having a blast. I just had a blast from that one sitting. And it was like just a switch got flipped. And I checked out who the writing staff was across both games. And yeah, turns out, surprise, surprise, Oblivion and Morrowind were both written by basically the same writing team who left. And then there was a new writer, Emil Pagliaruno, who took over starting with Skyrim. And I believe also wrote Fallout 4 and Starfield. So I don't know. I think the proof is in the pudding. It's pretty clear to me where the big difference was. People were like, I've always heard people warning about Oblivion's weird mechanics and weird leveling systems and stuff like that. And I checked it out. It's not actually that crazy. It's basically, funny enough, it feels like it's supposed to do the same thing that Skyrim does, but ends up achieving the opposite effect. In Skyrim, one of the big appeals is the game's really aggressive level curve system, where enemies will basically scale. Most enemies in the world will scale to you within a certain range, like preset range. There are like certain, as far as I could tell, there are certain enemies that will always be like, they are meant to be at least this level of strength. Some of them are set, but a lot of them will be like, if you walk out of the tutorial and then walk all the way across the map and fight some bandits, they will be your same level, essentially. They will be within the range where you can comfortably take them on. So that you can basically go anywhere and do any kind of content at any time. That's the idea. Again, minimal friction. Which, I'm on. Oblivion has a similar system, which is like, as you level up, which you still do by like, doing actions associated with different skills. And you pick like primary attributes, which are like your stats. And every skill has like a controlling attribute. And if that's your primary attribute, you'll like gain more experience in that one. It's kind of cool, I guess. But the higher your level is, the more, like, the harder enemies will get. So it's actually like, it ends up, the specific way the math works out, the game actually just gets like exponentially more difficult if you power level. So it's like, don't power level. This is the message. So really funny example of like similar idea, similar concept of enemies always scaling with you, but executed in a totally different way. Yeah, so unfortunately, I just don't really like Skyrim. I think it's kind of, if you've never played an RPG before, I can see how it would have a special place in your heart. It just doesn't do it for me. I am an Oblivion is better guy. See, now I gotta play Morrowind and become a Morrowind is better guy. I was telling Kat about this because I was having such a crisis over like, I can't believe that I think this game is kind of bad. And she said something like another one to add to your list of controversial opinions. I don't think I have that many controversial opinions. I do lose so much fucking gamer cred for not liking Dark Souls and not liking Skyrim though. I lose a lot of that. I'll never be a LiveSouls guy. I'll never be a LiveSouls gamer. Fuck. Nah, man, you gotta hop on Wizardry 8. Well, I've been talking for long enough. If you enjoyed, I'm going to bring this to a close. If you enjoyed this, thank you for listening to me ramble. You can subscribe to my Patreon. I do actually, I'll talk about it later. You'll see what's going on video-wise shortly, in a little bit. But I think it's going to be cool. Something kind of different. And but I have a coffee, and check out the last video on Yellow Magic Orchestra. Bye.